Заказ систем. Смотри экран.
Let's go.
Oh shit, cheers for the sub, Shogun. Hey guys. We'll be up and running in just a couple minutes. So I have some new equipment to get used to. Quantum Monk very generously sent me a Virtual control panel. So I now have a separate landing gear handle, which should make the MiG-21 a lot more convenient on the bindings. So I've already switched around some binds on that, which I'm probably going to immediately forget. It'll take me some time to get used to them. I think I might try and fly the 19 for a bit today, actually. I also got a package from Captain Anoni, so I've been getting quite a few things lately. It's not even my birthday yet. I've got to wait another 3 weeks for that. So I should have all my, should have everything set up correctly, but there may be some technical difficulties just as I settle into using the control panel. I haven't bound all the buttons yet, I've only bound a couple. Just the flap buttons for when I'm flying MiGs, so I've got my 3 flap buttons, and then I've obviously got the gear handle bound up for them as well. I'm thinking the 4-pack up top I might make the helicopter autopilot buttons when I'm flying the Hind or the Mi-8, and then I can use them as the different modes for the autopilot in things like the MiG-21, MiG-29, etc. I've got my air relight switch bound as well. I've actually got a covered switch for that now, so we're moving up in the world. Hello. Give me a moment here. I forgot to get SRS running before I launched the game, because I have the biggest brain on Earth, apparently. I'll go ahead and load this bad boy up. No lock wired. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could lock wire it, but the way it works is the cover on it actually closes the switch as you close the cover, which is quite handy. So I won't forget to turn my air start switch off, because it'll do it automatically. So there's currently a couple bugs with the MiG-19. They should be fixed pretty soon. Have they fixed this one yet? No, they haven't. Okay. So there's a bug where the SPO2 will not turn on or off, like you won't be able to move the switch unless you... I have no idea. I have no idea how this became a thing. But that's what you have to do to operate the SPO2 power switch at the moment. That should be fixed with the next patch. The other big issue is that when the radar scope is on, it actually causes the range and azimuth scale to disappear. So we're going to be flying with the display off anyway, so we'll probably be fairly low down, but that's the other big issue, which hopefully should be fixed next patch as well, I think. Or is it next patch? I don't remember. Has the update dropped yet? Might be the patch after. Started on my first ever livery today for the MiG-15. Nice. Very nice. I was thinking of making one for the 15, but I haven't got around to starting it yet. I've still got to work on my livery for this, but the paint kit for the 19 has some issues. It'll be redone at some point, is my understanding, but at the moment it's kind of janky. Like, there's a few seams that I could correct, but like it involves putting in a lot of extra effort that I kind of don't want to at the moment. Oh, don't have to click that anymore, I can just press my button. The red out's been fixed as well, so that shouldn't be constantly beeping at you anymore. It should only do it when it's actually below the selected altitude. Watching some of the bugs that have happened with the 19 is really interesting. Like, I don't understand how some of these bugs... Helps if I start the fuel pumps, doesn't it? Do you know how some of these bugs creep into the game? Like, it's just the most random shit you could possibly imagine. Okay, fuel pumps, starter system. Now we can start the engine. There we go. There's also still some work to be done on the electrical system. So, it's still not 100%, but it's getting there. It is getting there. Hey guys. Alright. Give that a minute to spool up. Back in Union, could bring my PC with me. Oh, couldn't bring my PC with me when I move, so no DCS except when I go home. Oh, rough, man. Oh well. Hopefully you're not as badly hooked as me. I actually start jonesing for DCS whenever I'm away from home for more than a couple days. It's sad. It's like genuinely fucking sad. Okay, we're flying from Mycott. 289 outer, 591 inner. I've already forgotten what I just said. 289. And then... Okay. Cool. Radio compass is set correctly. Go ahead and start the right engine. I haven't bound the air start switches in this because I don't really usually need them, to be honest, but I probably will bind them at some point. We'll wind the ranging back on this, although we're in radar mode, so that won't really matter. It's going alright, man. Going alright. I get to go have my second jab in about a week, so that'll be all kinds of fun. Apparently, everyone in my immediate family has had like a 2-day migraine after it, so I had no side effects from the first one, but I might have some from the second, I guess. Looking forwards to it. Hey, Captain Anoni, good you're here. So guys, I got a parcel in the mail the other day, and it's from St. Petersburg, from Captain Anoni. So we've got here, if I can just get it out without knocking everything off my desk, we have a calendar for next year, so I don't forget what day it is. I've got no excuse now for when I turn up late to things or don't turn up to them. We've got portraits of various historically significant people in the Soviet Union on the back. And also, of course, we have this, if the camera is autofocused correctly. It's a MiG-23 patch. So I think I might put that on my leather jacket. And he also wrote me a little note, like a little handwritten note with it, which was very, very nice. So thanks, Captain Anoni. If you guys don't follow him already, go click on his name there in chat, give him a follow. He is a very, very, very fun streamer to hang out with and to watch him fly. Ooh. Excuse me, knocking more stuff over here. And there's plenty of laughs and fun over on his channel. So drop him a follow, guys, for sure. For liveries, do you have any control over which of the native ones are shown to people that don't have custom ones installed? I don't think so, Proof. I don't believe that's a thing. If it was, it would make my life a lot easier, but I think it just shows the default livery for the module. So for MiG-21s, it'll always be the Serbian livery. For Hornets, it'll always be one of the US Navy ones. And for MiG-19s, it'll always be the Soviet one. Alright. Should probably get ourselves off the ground here. Comms check, 124. I think we should be good to go. Engines are both spooled. Nav system is set. Flip these. That, I don't really need the rat out, to be honest. It's daylight, I can see what I'm doing. Weapons are all set up. I think we're good to go. Nobody's on comms, which is sad, but oh well. Wheel chocks. I always forget, Razbam modules, you need to remove the wheel chocks. Also, along with the Vertical control panel that Quantum sent me, I've got a set of blueprints for the MiG-23. They're behind me, so I won't get them just yet, but I can show them a bit later. For various types of the MiG-23 as well. I always forget which end of the airfield I spawn at in this mission. I think I'm at the top end. Yeah, I'm at the top end. Pretty sure. Hey, Cathoris. I think we should be getting the Mirage F1 pretty soon, so that should be interesting. We'll get it before the 23, I'm pretty sure, but that's alright. I can learn the F1 while I wait for the 23. I mean, obviously I'd like the 23 sooner rather than later, but I don't mind when, you know, planes don't all release in a big group, because having the releases spaced out gives me time to learn each one. Because I do try and, especially the stuff I'm going to fly often, like say this, the MiG-21, MiG-23 when it comes, I do try and learn the aircraft I fly. You know, I try and learn the manual startup, I try and learn how the systems work to at least a basic level. I mean, even, like, if I fly the Viggen, I have to reteach myself to fly it every 6 months or so, because I always forget, but I do like learning how the plane works. You know, that's what DCS is about to me. If I wanted to just auto-start stuff and kind of ignore the systems, then I might as well go play something else, you know what I mean? I understand that some people get fun from that, but it's not for me. R23 and R24. The R24 is an improved R23. F1 giveaway on October 23rd. Yeah, I saw that. They're doing like a whole air show. So I reckon the release must be pretty close if they're doing stuff like that. Maybe not right away, but it must be close. Okay, flaps are set to take off. The safety latch is off the landing gear because I'm going to use my fancy new control panel to raise it. MiG-21 at the other end of the runway. I'll let him take off first. It's the Liberator who's hosting it? I gotcha. No, the R-24 is a Fox 1. There's no active missiles on the MiG-23. It's just an improved R-23, that's all it is. Think of it like an AIM-7... AIM-7M versus an AIM-7F. It's not equivalent to an AIM-7M, but it's similar. Hey, hey. The Dutch Mafia has arrived, I see. Isn't there a 21 down there? Oh, there was a 21. Okay. Now we take off. I'm not hearing anyone on comms, it's weird. I would have thought there'd be at least one person. Oh shit. Yeah, we're back to neutral. I almost pulled it through the detent to down there. Oops. A little bit too much muscle. Yeah, I saw that, Cathorius. They look really good. Hey, Steve. Yeah, I mean... Well, actually, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's a little early. I wanted to get a decent run on the server today. Test out the new gear. Wrong fucking EWR. Yeah, that's actually a good point, Cathorius. Like, the difference that the shadows make in DCS is significant. For 210. Oh, they're way out there. Way out there. It's Swedish delivery, so it's quite a wide play area. We might go up to space. Do a Cobra? This can't. I don't remember if Monk actually mentioned it in the Discord, but it was mentioned in chat like a couple weeks ago. I am now the owner of a Virpil control panel, the one with the landing gear lever on it. So I've been able to free up some binds on my actual HOTAS for the MiG-21, now that I don't need 4 separate fucking buttons to deal with the landing gear and the flaps. In fact, no, just the landing gear, because I didn't even have the flaps bound the 21, I had them on the keyboard. And flip. Actually, I think I already had that in the correct mode, so I'll flip that up. Since there is that issue with the scale on the scope disappearing when it's turned on, we'll just leave the scope off. Do you have gun reload bound? No, I don't. I mean, I load my gun before I go into combat, so there's no point having it bound, to be honest. I have flaps bound so far, like the 3 flap buttons when I'm flying Mikoyan aircraft, and I've got the gear lever itself bound, and I've got one of the guarded switches of my air restart. Hey Tom. I actually could probably set some of the other, like there's 2 bidirectional non-spring-loaded sort of dobber things. I could probably set those up for the Mirage's radar. There's a couple of functions I wouldn't mind setting them to. The 6-pack of switches on it, they're all spring-loaded, which I don't know how I feel about that. I would have liked maybe 3 spring-loaded and 3 not, but I can live with it. Just not bind the neutral position. Way slow here. Mind you, I do have the tanks on, so they're going to slow me down a little. Because it has 3 buttons. I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. The other cool thing about this control panel is it has 3 rotaries on it, and they're infinite rotaries. They don't have center detents, but what I could do is I could set them up as trim on my warbirds, which will make my life a lot easier in them. There's 2 on this, there's 3 on the MiG-21. Hey, Cody. How do you know it's bitter? You know you can buy crayons from the store, right, Saber? You don't need to find homegrown alternatives. If I haven't figured out how to set up landing beacons on the 19 on Tuesday, but how do I use custom frequency set in flight? What do you mean, custom frequency? What, for like the radio navigation? Set it to antenna, make sure it's set in the correct range, and whichever beacon you want to use, crank it. The radio itself here doesn't have custom frequencies, it's preset. Like pretty much all Soviet tactical radios. Hey Tote. Yeah, antenna. Antenna is what lets you set custom frequency. That's the difference between the MiG-19 and the MiG-15. It's the same set, it's an Arc 5 in both of them, but the way they're modeled is slightly different. In the MiG-15 you can tune it no matter what setting it's on, but in the MiG-19 module you cannot tune it when it's not set to antenna. If you try and tune it while it's set to compass, it just blocks the crank from turning. I'm not sure if that's an actual feature or if that's just the way that Razbam decided to model it, but it is what it is. Otherwise, operation's the same as the Arc 5 in the MiG-15. I mean, I've told you before, Saber. I've told you I'm uncultured. Sitting about 6 kilometers, a little over. Which track I do you use? Track IR5. I've been using it for about 12 years, so I've still got the original camera I got when I first bought it, but I've had to replace this clip several times because these are really flimsy. Really, the clip design is the only weak point in the entire thing, I think. That's more like it, 127 for 60. Still got fuel in these bags too, but we're going to go ahead and drop them now. Because I do not want to be lugging them out in combat. Missiles are awake. What was that bearing again? Imagine actually paying attention. Oh, whoop. That's what I mean about that bug. There we go. Now it's fixed. 120, 45 at 1,000. Be careful. I don't want to get too close to that FARP, which is probably somewhere around here. 106 to 28. There we go. Huh? Oh shit. I'm dead. I think I did overfly their FARP after all. Or was that a plane? There's an F5 there. No, it was an F5 that ambushed me. Well, what an eventful flight that was. Again, like, why is no one on comms? Just leave that. Go to that. It does, yeah. We did have some for quite a while, but, you know, they've been busy, or they don't play anymore, or they're taking breaks, so... Red used to have, always, a GCI, at least one, and everyone was on comms. But that's going back like a year now. A lot of the really long-time Red players play on the server less, so it's not as organized as it used to be. Which is a little frustrating, but gotta work with what you've got, I suppose. So it's 2... Is it 289 here, I think? 289. and then 591. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah. Not everyone's still working from home, so it's a little more difficult. What players we got on? Oh, we got a couple. I know I did. It's a bad habit. I know. It's one I haven't got out of yet. But the other engine was already up. What are they attacking our FARP with? Oh, probably the A10. Yeah, it'll be the A10. Our FARP from here. 113 for 98. Oh my god, the mouse movement for this is weird. Is it 113? We'll call it like there. Just to pump that somehow. Okay, let's go. So we're actually closer to the left side of the airfield, I guess, or at least, well, maybe we're not, but everyone else is, so we'll taxi this way. This is the MiG-19. Yeah, it's the paddle switch on my stick. Make sure I don't run myself out of air. Playing some ETS, just saw a truck carrying a Draken. Nice. Well, I wish they'd fucking carry it to DCS so we can get the AI Draken already. You know, maybe not even the player one just yet, but at least the AI one. Oh, pops on. Good. See him. E24. Oh, see, I told you. All it took was a couple of days. there any chance they'll... Okay, so the full fidelity MiG-29 has been basically all but confirmed by ED at this point. No details on when it'll happen, but it is coming. Su-27, moderately unlikely. Su-33, very unlikely. Won't be on comms for long because there's kids. Well, he can at least hear me, even if he can't talk back. Although, because he's in a hind, there's not really much I can say to him. Not much helpful, anyway. So you can see the nearest gauge to me is our... It says hydraulics, but it should say pneumatic, or like it should say Vozduch, air. But whatever. That's our brake pressure. So I've bled off a pretty substantial amount of it just taxiing there. But we should have plenty for landing. And it should refill with a rearm. The MiG-29, there was no MiG-29 1973 model that entered service in 82. But it is a MiG-29 912, which is a model. It's one of the early ones, which is good, because that's what I prefer to have. What the fuck happened there? MiG-21 bits. Yeah, it's just a compressed air bottle. There's no feed from the engine. HUD repeater on the 29A have any other functions other than a repeater? No. No, I mean, the screen potentially could if it was hooked up to the right system, but the systems aren't present in the 29. All it is a HUD repeater. Whereas in the 27 it has that data link display as well. Why have the repeater? In case the HUD fails, in case the HUD is covered by sun glare. You do have a sun glare shield, which is more than you have in the older MiGs, but it's quite common if you're looking into the sun for the HUD to just get wiped out completely by it. So it's there so that you can still use it, because remember, the HUD's your radar scope as well, so if the HUD stops working for whatever reason, you've essentially just lost your radar scope. So, whereas on a Western aircraft, the HUD repeater has very little purpose, aside from when the sun's blinding you. On the MiG-29, it's quite important, because you lose that, you lose your radar scope. So that's why the repeater's there. Didn't the ASP-5 have a smoke glass available? I don't think so. I don't think so. If it did, it's not modeled in anything that has one in DCS or in any other sim I've played. Any of the 29 variants get data link, maybe the like really modern ones, but that's kind of beyond my knowledge. I mostly know about the older versions. They had the ground-to-air data link to a degree, but they didn't have fighter-to-fighter data link. And it wasn't like, I don't think you could be shown targets from the ground, but you could be given indications of like, turn this way, turn that way, go into afterburner, come out. Same as the MiG-21 air defense variants. I think it had it, by, like, as standard, I think, Steve, but I'm not entirely certain. HUD repeater is also very important when your hardcover's installed. Yeah, like Poms was. That was fucking hilarious. Can't believe he actually got kills like that. Oh, I'm still in Afterburner, shit. Oops. Well, at least we will not be wasting fuel out of the tanks when we punch them off. Oh, M. Sylvain? His videos are great. Has a folding smoke glass. Huh, there you go. Well, it's not modelled. Maybe it was only present on some versions, because there were quite a few variants of it. Should be an A10 around here somewhere. Unless he's gone home by now. 7,000 meters. Okay. Please stay up there. We might actually turn the radar scope on. So there's going to be an issue here, guys. You'll see the range scale disappear. That's a bug. It is a known issue. It should be fixed either next patch or the one after. It didn't quite make the most recent patch, unfortunately. What bearing was that? Contact again? It's like 1-2 something. 111. He's dropped altitude. I'm gonna go ahead and punch the tanks. 4,500, so he's very slightly below me. She does, yeah, she does look quite a lot like Biggles. Alpin's introducing an IAD script for the nuke mission. Interesting. Okay, well, we can weasel the Hawks then to get them firing. The NASAMs might be a little more difficult. Although, if I don't know, you guys might need to go in close for 25s. We'll see. But that'll work in our favor for sure. That's absolutely going to work in our favor. Hey, Drazik, I've been good. One for 45. 3,000 colds. Yeah, he's going to run home, I think. I don't think it'll be hard to get the Hawks to light up, because they were firing at us well before we were actually in any danger from them, but the NASAMs is the issue, because the NASAMs has such short range. I don't think it's going to start locking us until we're right on top of Hasab. So, I don't know, we'll see. I'm pretty confident, though. I have a plan for next run, next time he runs it, and especially if we have more people on both teams, it should work out really well. I'm obviously not going to say what it is on stream, because there may be spies listening, but I'm pretty confident. $164 for 10 at 1,500. Might be a Vigan inbound to the target. It's an observatory down there. on 5 for 6.
Single S5 beats left out on the deck.
Yeah, looking for him. I see him. Shit, I lost sight. Disregard.
GHPC so far.
God, they're fucking difficult to see, hey? There's a second one.
Copy.
Oh, I'm in danger. That's never gonna hit. I love when they do it though. Waste their missiles. Shit, they got me. And this is why we need a GCI, because they have one. And especially in the 19, because the radar's kind of nearly useless. It's really fucking difficult to figure out where they are, unless you get visual on them, and they're really fucking difficult to see because they're small planes, right? One-on-one, the MiG-19 can handle an F5 without breaking much of a sweat. Well, usually. The F5 does have some moves. But when there's two of them, it becomes an extremely dangerous situation, because one can drag you and the other one can just extend to get a missile on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the F5 has better nose authority than the 19, so if they get you slow like that one did, I didn't realize the second guy was there, so I was not really in danger from the first guy at any point there, even when I overshot him. Whereas the second guy, I absolutely was in danger from him. So we're not off to the best start today, but should pick up later. Usually takes me a few ship flights to get back into the swing of things anyway. And we'll take off from the end of the runway we're closest to. Isn't the F5 much faster? Not really. It's a little faster at sea level. It's a little faster at high altitude. The F5's not very quick at all. The F5 will do Mach 1.5 clean, maybe, at high altitude. The MiG-19P will do about 1.35. The MiG-19S, I think, would do about 1.4-ish. Oh, sorry, this will do 1.3, I think, and the MiG-19S is 1.35, and the F-100 is like 1.4 or 4.5 or something. So, this isn't fast, but the F-5 isn't fast either. The F-5's only big sort of maneuvering advantage over this is it can pull its nose better, but this outrates it. The F5 has, I think, a bit better roll rate, well, considerably better roll rate as well, but that's usually not that much of a factor, to be honest. Hey, Gerbil. Yeah, the F5 is, it's not a bad little plane, but it's not exactly crash hot, put it that way. It can mostly keep pace with a MiG-21 at low altitude. In fact, it will actually outrate the MiG-21 at low altitude slightly. In other respects, at low altitude, they're very similar, which is why the US used it as a MiG-21 stand-in during training. But the 21 becomes much, much better the higher the fight moves. At high altitude, the 21's completely superior in every respect. But nobody fights up high, so that doesn't even matter on the Cold War server. You know, like a lot of people talk about, oh, the MiG-21's so much more capable. Doesn't fucking matter, because no one goes up high, you know? If people flew in cons, yes, it would make a difference, but when everyone's on the deck, the 21's only superior on paper. I'd love the Century series as well, I really would. No one flies at high altitude for a number of reasons. One of them is they don't want to be seen, so they will fly as low to the ground as possible. The second one is they want to spot other people above the horizon because they think it's easy to spot that way. And the third one is, I think, at least to a degree, some of the F5 guys are aware of how superior the 21 is up high. But pretty much nobody flies at high altitude. I mean, even on modern servers, people are only just starting to fly at high altitude now in BVR with like the F-14 and the F-16. But you go on Growling Sidewinder, like at least half the players on there are in the weeds. That's actually not entirely true, Shogun. Being able to go up to high altitude is a huge advantage if you have good situational awareness. Like, the thing is, if I had a GCI, I could go chill out in orbit and then dive on people, which I have done before with Zach in the MiG-21, and there's nothing they can do about it, because they don't know we're up there. They can't really come up and do anything to us, so you just sit above them and dive on them. So having speed and climb rate is a huge advantage in air combat. You know, that was one of the big lessons taken from World War II, was that whoever can climb the fastest and the highest is going to win most dogfights. Being able to turn really well at low altitude means nothing if the other guy just swoops you over and over and there's nothing you can do to stop him. That's what this does to the F5, right? It's what the Americans did to fight the Japanese in the early war. So it wasn't a bomber intercept thing. It was pretty much universal. All fighters after World War II, and particularly after Korea, were designed with speed and altitude in mind. Not to kill bombers, but to kill other fighters. Well, also you get much better fuel economy up there. Like, there's just no reason, unless there's really good air defense that covers high altitude but not low altitude, words are hard. There's no reason in real life to fly as low as people do on here. Unless you're specifically trying to sneak in for, you know, like a strike mission or something. But fighters would typically not be anywhere near as low to the ground as they are in here. There's a time and a place for it. There's a time and a place for just about everything, but DCS players tend to act like, you know, it's kind of a be-all, end-all, and they stay down at low altitude and they hide in mountain valleys and stuff, and this is why I've always you know, since I've started learning more about air combat and less about just how to be, you know, how to play the game, how to play the metagame. It's not really a smart idea being down low in mountain valleys with your radar off like people usually are in the MiG-29 or the Su-27. That's really stupid, actually. Because you're relying on your enemy being dumber than you are. You know, you're relying on your enemy never actually thinking, oh, if I just climb up to 50,000 feet and look down, I can see them over the mountains with my radar. And, you know, if he's up at 50,000 feet, he fires an AMRAAM, that missile has all the energy in the world to come down and wreck you. And you're at, you know, 1,000 feet above the ground in thick air, so you can't accelerate very well. Your top speed's much lower, and any missile you fire is going to barely go anywhere. You know, your missile's going to have no range to it because you're firing from down low at a target far above you. Tested the SA-5? No, I haven't yet. We outnumber them, but we still don't have GCI. God damn it. Welcome back, Anoni. You didn't miss much, I just got shot down a couple of times by F5s that I didn't see. Why does Alpin refuse to put more SAMs in? I don't know, it's just the way that he wants the missions to play, I guess. So there's short-range SAMs covering target areas, sometimes, and there's medium and short-range SAMs covering airfields, but there's really not that many SAMs on this server, so there's nothing to discourage people from sitting down in the weeds. In fact, there was one specific player who, I don't know if they still play, but they would fly at literally 10 meters above the ground. They would never climb above 10 meters except to kill somebody. And it made them impossible to see because the early warning radar can't see them that low to the ground. Outranges are harmed by quite a bit even in pre-brief. The only way to get close is fly about 150 feet off the ground. Yeah, it's such a good fucking system. It's an old system, but it's a good system. I'm so glad we finally have it. I just can't wait for the proper version with the P14. Mahermezi, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If I like to just fly low because it's more fun, I get that. It's fun to fly low. I mean, I fly low pretty often as well, but from a combat standpoint, it's not the best idea. And as soon as you... like, put it this way, almost no DCS multiplayer servers, especially PvP ones, almost none of them run a realistic environment. Even a lot of single-player stuff doesn't. But if you flew in a realistic air combat environment the way that people fly in DCS, you would have a survival rate of, like, maybe 10%. Like, it's just, the way people fly in DCS is very gamey, so that, like, DCS is a simulator and it tries to simulate aircraft as closely as possible, but because it doesn't have everything else that makes a fighter pilot's world, it's only simulating the plane, it's not simulating the environment. So people do all this, like, ridiculous metagame shit that works really well in DCS, but it doesn't work in real life. Like, one example, for instance, is the way people obsess with notching missiles. I mean, notching missiles is a viable defense in real life against certain missiles, but it's stupid. It's stupid. It leaves you slow and out of energy, and the enemy can see you anyway, so all he has to do is follow it up with a second missile that you aren't in a notch to, or get one of his friends to hit you. You know, if you're just constantly trying to notch every AMRAAM or every Phoenix or every SD-10 that gets sent your way, you're going to be slow, you're going to be low, you're going to be out of options. Now, in DCS, that doesn't really get punished as much, but if you do that in real life, you're fucked. The best way to defeat a missile isn't notching it. The best way to defeat a radar-guided missile, whether it's semi-active or active radar homing, is to just defeat it kinematically. Outrun it, outturn it. You know, you extend away from it and do a bit of a snake and pull the stick up so you go, climb, change your altitude. Don't just fly straight, obviously. You want to get it to turn and waste its energy, but that's the best way to defeat missiles. Like, I noticed a night and day difference in my missions when I flew on Growling Sidewinder, for instance. between when I was trying to notch the missile, because that's what everyone said to do, and when I actually just said fuck it and started outrunning AMRAAMs. They're not difficult to outrun, especially at low altitude. And the SPO-15 as we have it in DCS is godlike for getting away from missiles. Just look at the SPO, it will tell you how close the missile is by the signal strength. You can guess accurately where that missile is in the airspace around you by looking at the SPO-15. People complain about it and say it's bad or useless. Like, are you fucking stupid? It's better than the NATO RWRs. Maybe not as precise for notching, but for getting away from a missile, it's fucking phenomenal. I can tell I've defeated a missile by how quickly the signal strength bar is filling up or dropping off. As soon as I see that bar start winding backwards, I know that missile's defeated. And I can just stop giving a shit about it. It'll never catch me. Like, it's fucking incredible, dude. It only works on AMRAAMs? No, it works on just about anything. It works on Phoenixes too. It works on semi-active missiles because, you know, you might not necessarily have the... well, kind of have the signal strength anyway, because the supporting fighter's getting further away from you, for instance, but, you know, if you're close enough they're launching Sparrows at you, you should be able to see the missile anyway. Well, that is what happens, Steve, when you become institutionally overconfident to the point you let an aircraft fly with a critical fucking system not functional. You know, Scott Spiker didn't need to fucking die. He shouldn't have been sent in that aircraft on that mission. They just threw away a pilot's life because they couldn't be bothered to scrub the sortie and wait for a plane that was actually serviceable. I mean, it was a well-laid trap on the part of the Iraqis, for sure, but he shouldn't have been in that fucking airspace in that plane. It was, like, just stupid beyond words. Better arm my weapons, huh? Where somebody got shot down. I think our FARP should be actually right there. That's our FARP. So I might go hang around that. No, he didn't forget to turn it on. It was unserviceable. The RWR was not functioning properly. That's another thing too that DCS doesn't really model. I mean, to an extent it does, but nowhere near the extent it should, to be realistic. DCS doesn't model little things like that. Like, quite often aircraft are sent on a sortie with a system unserviceable here or there. Or, you know, your AWACS coverage is not perfect. Even if there's no terrain obstructions or anything, it might just simply not see the aircraft because of dumb luck. There's a lot of real-world factors that you can't really simulate well in DCS currently, and they can completely change the course of an engagement, you know? Like, not to say that DCS is super unrealistic or, you know, that any other sim does it better, because pretty much none of them do, but, you know, even BMS has flaws in that regard. But, I guess what I'm trying to say is, when you see somebody do something in DCS, don't come to the conclusion from that it's exactly how that would play out in real life. It might play out like that in real life, but it also might play out completely differently. You know, there's so many people who play DCS and they see something happen and they come to the conclusion, oh, well, DCS is such a realistic sim, that must be exactly how it works in real life. No, it's not. It really isn't. Like, and depending on the aircraft involved, it might not even, like, the aircraft might not even be simulated correctly. DCS is not perfect. And there are so many little random chance, just almost dice rolls that happen in real life. Like, real warfare is messy and complicated, and there's so much shit going on that you don't know about. Like, it's hard to predict the outcome, and it's really kind of a bad idea to conclusively say, oh, I know how this engagement will play out, because you don't. You really don't. You know, anything could go wrong. It's the flavor of the day. Flavor of the day is currently getting shot down by invisible F5s. The first guy I got merged with, but I didn't see him before he got a missile on me. The second guy, I saw his wingman and was in a scissors with him when I got gunned by the second guy, and at that point I tried to, you know, still at least get one of them, but it was too late. It was all over me. The game does have random failures, but they're a thing that you have to enable in the options, and I think almost all multiplayer servers have them turned off, or they have the chance set really low. I'm also not entirely sure how the random failure system works, if it's truly random, or if you have to set it up in the mission editor. I think you set it up in the mission editor. Put it this way, I've never seen a random failure, and I don't believe I've ever seen a bird strike. Bird strikes do exist in the game, but I don't think I've ever experienced one. The other thing is, Gerbil, like, people get really hung up about, you know, if you call DCS a game, all the fucking Hoggit crowd will start screeching at you, but it's a simulator, but that doesn't stop it from being a game as well, you know. There's no magical dividing line between sim and game when it's a commercially offered product like this, I think. If it's, you know, full-on puzzle piece level military simulators where the graphics are awful and, you know, stuff is specifically coded to give you an exact outcome, that's a simulator. But something that does simulate stuff but also is meant for enjoyment, for leisure, that's a game. I don't understand why people get so mardy about calling it one or the other. Simulator game, yeah, exactly. $79 for 50. I'm gonna just go ahead and get rid of my bags here. Maybe someone from the FARP can bring out a truck and pick them up. Yeah, and sometimes Intel gets it completely wrong, too. You know, like, sometimes they get it right, and sometimes Intel have no fucking clue what they're talking about. It's just potluck. Pretty much. Potluck. There's always something that you don't know that will factor into the engagement. Always. It might help you out, it might do the opposite. I mean, for instance, from the ground side of things, I can tell you right now, the amount of smoke and fucking crap and noise that happens during even an infantry-level section attack is just... You have very little ability to process information. That's why drills are a thing. They're to teach you an automated response so that you don't have to think about doing it, it just happens. Because you do not have the time to fucking think. Like, you really don't. There's just so much going on, you get overloaded. So it comes down to automatic responses, which are drilled into you in your training. Just dropping fuel tanks all over a combat zone is hilarious. I mean, in war, that's what happens. A lot of countries have a peacetime policy of not jettisoning fuel tanks unless there's an emergency, but in war, that's what you do. I mean, even in exercises, that's what happens. The Soviets, for instance, had like a whole thing going on where people would find drop tanks sitting in their garden, you know, of their dasha, and so they'd cut them in half and use them as water troughs for, you know, like, or they'd turn them into water tanks for outdoor showers. Like, it's a thing. On the other hand, Skittles, Drivenwolf, if you see him in chat, he comes by here every now and then. He was a Tomcat maintainer, and he can tell you how much those drop tanks cost for the F-14, and how much shit you would be in if you jettisoned them for no reason. They were very expensive. Aluminium, usually. It depends on what, like, who makes them, what type of tanks they are. The P-51's drop tanks in World War II were made of paper. Wax paper, I think it was. But Soviet aircraft usually had aluminium fuel tanks. 6-3 for 28. Guns are on. Missiles alive. Hopefully I actually get a chance against this one. So here I'm going to drop altitude so I can at least try and see them above the horizon, because if I go into emerge blind, I'm probably going to lose it. The deciding factor is pretty much who sees who first. Feels like there's a little turbulence or something down here. The aircraft's kind of shaky. Clean. Shit. So either he's crashed, or more likely he's dropped behind a hill. Bad news. Behind me. Oh shit, somebody just got shot down behind me. Don't know if it was him or if it was the other guy. $322 for 2. It's bad news. There he is. Okay, let's go 7G. Merge with 2 F5s. Fuck. This is not ideal. I'm also not holding my best rate here. So we got one directly behind, and we got this guy.
Someone make a call for walkie-talkie for that new EVR that I dropped to make it start running.
I'm occupied at the moment. I've got 2 F5s up me. Getting a little slow. I'm not being locked anymore, which means the guy behind me's probably dropped off. He's still there, but he's not immediately behind. Oh, they're both in front of me. I outrated these dudes so hard, they're both in front of me now. Good. Okay. Reversal. You want to do that shit? No, we ain't doing that shit. You're trying to bait me for your friend is what you're doing. Please feel free to stall yourself out. Yeah, there he goes. I'm just worried I lost sight of the second guy while doing that. It's probably going to try and turn in behind me. So we know where this one is. Second one is indeed behind me. So we're going to start turning again. Okay, he's dumped out the back because we outrated him. This thing is such a fucking monster. Fuel is probably going to be our limiting factor here, or if a third person turns up. Third party might be an issue. But I can outrate these two all day. There's not really a whole hell of a lot they can do about it. It's going to reverse, that's okay. We're just going to hold our rate. We're going to go into a slight climb to avoid crossing his nose directly. Oh, sucks to suck. We're a little slow again. High one's trying to yo-yo me to get a shot in. It's okay, we'll stay with his low friend. He might even stall himself into the dirt pulling like that. Maybe not. Might have actually set himself up pretty well there. Okay, well, you're gonna bait me. That's okay, we'll stay with your friend. It's just guesstimate shots. Ah, no you don't. No you don't. See ya. Okay, here's his friend. Oh, this is funny as fuck. He's extending, okay. And this guy's right behind me, so we don't want to risk that. We'll pull the stick a little harder, we should. Oh, oh, he actually got a hit there. Not holding my best rate well enough, that's why. A little slow. See, the main difficulty here is just trying to keep a sense of where they both are and avoid letting one get behind me. The other one's coming in for a high-speed pass. No, that's a 21. Whoever the 21 is that just overshot an F5, please hurry up. Ah, he got me. See, they have to fight in a pair to deal with the 19, because it just turns so goddamn well. I've yet to get a single kill today. So sad. Storm of War does it. No, it's nothing to do with the damage model, Cathorius. The damage model's actually really good on it. The reason it's not on Storm of War is because they're having a tantrum about the state of the Anton, and they don't want to add it until the Anton's complete. It's nothing to do with the Mozzie's damage model. The Mozzie's damage model is probably as complete as any of the other warbirds. A GCI would be greatly appreciated, dude. Yeah, there's quite a few people on, and literally nobody is on comms, except APOC, like 10 minutes ago. We definitely need GCI. Yeah, the FW190A, Anton. What's wrong with the Anton? I don't know, I don't fly it. Apparently they think it's underperforming in terms of its flight model and there's bugs with it or something. Like I said, I don't know, I don't fly it. But that's why Storm of War doesn't have the Mosquito. It's nothing to do with the Mosquito itself, it's a protest. It's like a boycott, basically. Which, you know, I get it, but since Growling Sidewinder now has a World War II server up, I'm not sure if that's going to be good for the long-term health of their server, because everyone's just going to go play GS instead to fly the Mozzie there. I'm on Cold War at the moment. Yeah, they got Mike Delta on GCIing them, that's why they're always appearing in pairs. He's getting them to actually fly together, which is what you should do. So it's frustrating for me, but it's a good move on his part. Still understand DCS World War II. Look, IL-2 I agree is the better sim for World War II at the moment, but coming from DCS, like I started with, well I didn't start with, but I played IL-2 a lot earlier than I played DCS, put it that way. I've been playing it longer than I played DCS. But DCS has spoiled me, basically. Having clickable cockpits in the aircraft, I know some people don't like it, I know some people think it's unnecessary, whatever. I think it is, like, I can't live without it now. I need clickable cockpits, because I hate having to try and remember some fucking esoteric keybind to do something, which might be 3 different keybinds in 3 different aircraft. When I can look at the cockpit, I can see the switch I need, for instance, like, oh, I need this switch right here, I can see it, but I can't remember what the bind is, so I can't click it. Whereas here, I just look at the switch, I click it, problem solved. Like, DCS has absolutely fucking ruined me for other sims at this point. I don't mind how IL-2 looks. I think it could be improved a little, but they are also on a reasonably antiquated game engine. So is DCS, honestly. But what does it for me is just the lack of clickable cockpits. That's it, pretty much. That's it. If IL-2 had clickable cockpits, I'd fly it a lot more. And if the AI was better, if the AI in IL-2 Great Battles was like the AI in the original IL-2 series, or in Cliffs of Dover, I'd fly it a lot more often, but, you know, it has the unfortunate combination of a really wonderful campaign system. Like, it has a really, really nice campaign system, but the AI is dog shit. It's as bad as DCS AI, if not worse. So, you have this situation where you've got a game that's really well set up for single player, but the AI is bad. And for me, like, if the AI is bad, it's just not fun to me, you know? I want AI that's unpredictable, AI that's actually difficult to beat. AI where you can't just find a simple rule that always wins against them, like for instance in DCS. Or in IL-2, literally just hold a fucking left-hand level turn, which is what the AI does, and as long as you're in a fighter that turns better than what they do, you'll win. Simple plain AI is better than DCS, it will go scissor with you. I've seen AI scissor in DCS, it's rare, you usually have to force them near the ground to do it, but they will do it. Whereas in IL-2, certainly last time I fought the AI, they were mostly just turning left. Occasionally they'd try and scissor, but mostly they were just turning left. Secretly try BMS sometime just to see what the AI is like. Maybe. I'm not looking forward to having to set up the controls and everything. I mean, I did play Falcon 4 when I was a kid, and like every other sim of that era, I remember the AI being reasonably good. I mean, maybe that's rose-tinted glasses, but in my experience, the AI in the older Sims is more of a challenge than it is in the newer Sims. Cliffs of Dover is probably one of the better examples, because every time I've played Cliffs of Dover, I've been unable to tell apart the AI from players. Until they get near the ground, because the AI will occasionally face plant into it, but, you know, at medium to high altitude and in dogfights, the AI behave like players. Smart players, too. Yeah, DCS control setup is incredible. It's a chore to set it up, but once it is set up, it's amazing. Compared to, say, IL-2's, Great Battle setup, which is quick and easy to do, but it's not very, I say easy. You have to quite often do some trial and error, which you don't do in DCS. And you can't change things for each aircraft, so you're stuck with, you know, the same kind of curves and everything across every aircraft, which is just, you know, some aircraft have stick extensions, some don't, some have different, you know, the engines are tuned to different throttle settings, it's just so much better in DCS.
Magic is sunrise.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, the Cliffs of Dover AI, I can't sing their praises highly enough, as long as you don't tell them to try and land. Well, you can't even tell them to try and land, they just stall into the ground, following you down. But, I've seen Cliffs of Dover AI cover each other across the circle. One will swoop you and the other one will sit behind, so if you try and engage the leader, the wingman will get you. They attack from the sun, they attack from cloud, I don't know if it's just confirmation bias or what, but they seem to actually be smarter than most DCS players. So, I don't know, it's really impressive though, from what I've seen.
Tiger 14
To be fair, you're right, it's not. Don't worry, Legolas. I'm on comms.
Fair enough, you will destroy them all.
Maybe.
I have faith. Legolas, can you move the shield
MiG-9. There's no point. I didn't really see any useful widespread service.
Yep.
Well, I mean it did, but very briefly.
Yeah, I'm gonna place new ones there.
We've already got a couple of aircraft in DCS that are unicorns. I don't think we need any more unicorns, to be honest. If we were going to get unicorns, I'd start suggesting things like the I-185.
Tiger 40, you have a 2-ship F5 110 for 66.
LA-200, oh god.
Red Guard merge to ship F5 if you're called. Rolls to ship F5 is 0924-100 now.
092-100. Yeah, Rise of Flight's amazing. I just wish that more people still played it. Say again?
Did the Fagin destroy any object?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, the 2 ship is now a 3 ship at 5.
I think they lost all their Vigans when the mission changed, actually, because there were a couple on before, right as I jumped in, and they disconnected.
Ah, good. Would you like me to move the infantry as well? Just keep it there.
Yeah, you can move them also, but they won't
Take
make
one
it
down.
to the... Maybe leave them because maybe they will fly huge to our farm, so we have something to shoot at them.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright, Tiger 143 ship F5 is 118 for 37 with a MiG-21. Bonsai 11, same 3 ship is 068 for 40.
Hey, Josh. It's 107. I'm not calling for picture. Oh, it's probably this guy. Wait. Yeah, no, it might be that guy. Somebody with a 7 in their attack number, but it definitely isn't me. I think I'm 97. The attack numbers seem to be desynced or something. Oh! Probably has the call sign set different than the attack number, which to be fair is how it should be. That's actually historically accurate for the Soviets. How's things? I'm flying like shit so far today, but otherwise good. Hey, let's can I get an update based off my nose?
Yeah, off your nose, 50 kilometers.
Okay.
That MiG-21 is lifting a long time against us 2 AF5s. Tiger 14 off your nose, 12 kilometers to the F5s. Bonsai as well, 18 kilometers in front of your nose.
Yeah, those F5s are mostly relying on numbers, I think. They're not individually very... how do I say this politely? Not the strongest opponents in the world.
Yeah, right.
This is why I wish we still had enough regular red players on at peak times to fly in groups. We used to do it like the F5s are doing now, and when you have good pilots flying in groups, it's disgustingly good. 9230. I might jump in at Lady Ink. I figured I'd start with a 19 today. Because I haven't flown it that much for a while. The RAF guys are on, or they were on. They're the ones to watch out for. They are individually very good pilots, and they always fly in a group.
Was 080 for 90.
080 for 19 or 90?
90.
Jesus.
Splash 45?
Yeah, it's highly splash.
One more was.
Oh, I see 4 ship off my nose. Correction, 3 ship.
Yeah, 105 to MiG.
Who's smoking? Is that the F5?
Big 21.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see. Okay, F5's gone off to the side. I'll settle in behind him.
Tiger 14 and 5 is on your 6. 4 kilometers. Tiger 14, 5 o'clock. 5.
Missile away. Not sure if it'll reach. Oh, just barely missed. Second one away. Going for guns.
Still further if
He's
your
on.
comms F5090 from 15. Tiger 14, F5 and cold. It's 100 for 10.
Frames are a little chuggy today.
Alright, Ross and Proof, we have another F5 090 for 20 now.
Proof I'm on this guy if you want to deal with the other.
Another pop-up from the east as well. 17 kilometers.
Just relying on his roll rate here, which is not a bad move. Let's go to get
Panzer 1 F5
nice line up.
12.
What's his altitude, please?
He does have the better roll
Sorry,
rate
6,000. Go for the other F5.
and the better instantaneous turn.
Or maybe 330 for 8. Right, Ross F5 on your 6, 10 kilometers out.
Oh, why is the game freezing?
Right, Proof on your 10 o'clock, left to right, F5. He's now on your hard left now. At 1400.
I should have saved an
Right,
R3.
Ross F5 coming on you. Right, Bonsai is 060.
Copy, I think I'm dying. There's a 2 ship on my nose.
Yeah, there are 3 F5s now. And Ross.
I'm going vertical.
F5 maybe lining up for a shot, Ross.
Yeah, I see him. He's real close. My other guy's extending out. I'm gonna start dealing with the guy on my tail. I'm gonna try and raid him.
You have another McTenty on that doing.
I'm gonna try set this guy up for you, Proof. I'm gonna right hand blow.
Station 21 is the minutes 5 plus.
My guy broke off. Somebody else is locking me now.
I can't see that guy anymore, Ross. That was on you.
He's extending. He's on my nose now. Going left.
Okay.
Are we close to their FARP at all? He looks like he's dragging.
The farm is 130 for 12. So on your right wing.
Okay, yeah, he's dragging me. I'm gonna pull away from him.
Okay, yeah, on your 12 now are 2 F5s and 2 mix.
Tally. Let me know if the guy behind me turns back in.
Yep, will do. He's still cold, so.
I got enough for a few more minutes of fighting, but I'm starting to get low on fuel.
F5.6 pop up Ross. Different guy.
Okay, I'm gonna try and commit on one of these guys. Got hits on him. He's still flying. Second F5 slotting. Shit. No countermeasures at all. So fucking many of them. Alright, we might hop into 21 now. I'm not having much luck in the 19 today. I can outrate them, but that doesn't count for much when there's like fucking 5 of them on top of me. Well, it kind of does. I can do it. I'm just not good enough today, apparently. Let's grab our usual... what do we have for missiles in this mission? I don't think we have R60s. No, we don't. We'll take a pair of R3Rs, pair of R13M1s. He's given us R55s. Oh boy. At least we have those for memes now. They usually do. A lot of F5 guys will forget to remove that, or like they'll forget to jettison their tanks, or they just won't do it. So that is a thing that often happens. I got nailed by another guy.
There are 3 MiG-21s there now.
I don't bother setting up the arc. I can't be bothered to figure out what frequency it is. Or what zone we're in. It'd be nice to actually get a fucking kill today. God damn. I mean, I got hits on that guy, so that's a start, I guess, but Jesus. Yeah, the fucking Hornet would be amazing to fly.
Aren't there any tanks on their farm?
There should be at least 1 or 2 acres.
Okay.
We need to intercept any Vigans that we catch trying to kill our SAM sites. If they do kill our SAM sites, we have to intercept a flight of B-52s. And we also have to try and hit their FARP so that we can move some ground forces in to capture it. So I'm just trying to run interference at the moment. There are some A-10s kicking around, but I've yet to actually come across one. I keep running to F5s instead, and always in groups. I wouldn't necessarily say that a lot of F5 guys are DCS noobs. I just think it's a different mentality. Like, a lot of blue players seem determined to hang on to their drop tanks no matter what. I mean, I see people in MiGs carrying drop tanks in combat. I've forgotten to jettison mine once or twice, but I do see people that persistently carry drop tanks into dogfights, and you know, it's just not really a smart idea, but people do it. That's concerning. I think there's a guy sitting up the other end of the taxiway, maybe. Ooh, that was a sketchy takeoff.
Going to our farm, 212 for 46. Is there anybody else on comms?
Yeah, I just took off. Send me.
Ross, yeah, will be 110 for 108.
110, 108.
These CSUs can get them. Malfoy, if you're on comms, 18 is heading towards you. Copy. He's coming from your south, very close, 5 kilometers.
Is he coming to the farm from east or south?
Southeast. It's like over the 3 towns to the east now somewhere. I lost him. Malfoy, you're directly behind you. Now 810. Is he tracking me? Yeah, he's lining up. Yeah, I've lost an engine, I'm going down. Directly east of the farm now. I think Mansa is directly south.
It's okay, we got 2 east from the farm.
Yeah. Sure.
We already see the ATM coming from that direction. He got killed.
Mansa, 810 is actually heading on now to 209.
Yeah, I think he's added a very slight bit of turbulence to this mission. So the aircraft's kind of searching around with its nose a little. I mean, the vertical is me trimming, but the like the little horizontal sort of wobbles are turbulence. It's nice. You very rarely see turbulence in DCS missions. Most people don't add it. Makes it a little more interesting. Makes landings a bit more fun as well. I got to manage to go to space. It's my Mirage shot. But we're dealing with A10s, so we kind of don't want to go to space here. I mean, I might do it once he's been dealt with, but I've got to stay low to catch him.
I'll stay here just to make sure he goes in. Okay. Can I get Victor to help with it, please? Yeah, 287 or 100. Copy, thank you.
Where do you need me now?
There is a 5086 for 111, but he's pretty far out near the farm.
Okay, I might start climbing. I just had a pop-up call, I think. Disregard, that was for someone else. I'm gonna climb up.
Wait, I'm over. Oh, it's now a 3-ship.
That's Mike Delta. He's going to be forming them up in groups, so we can safely assume any F5 will turn into a 2 or 3 ship.
Fair enough. Guard, if you're going to heading towards the 3-ship now, 06730.
I'm going to turn south and establish a bit of a patrol here.
Okay, yeah. We have some stinkers at the front. Or, yeah, stinkers, right? Or Ikla. I forgot ours again.
Yeah, they have Vigan now for what it's worth. I don't know if he's at the ground, but
He better is. Red Guard merged at 5 in your right wing.
Yeah, that's true, but it can also be annoying because it steps on everyone else on comms until it's finished calling it. And Bullseye is usually placed fairly usefully in Alpin's missions, but the thing is, I don't think Red does Bullseye calls. Like, I don't think that REWR will even make a Bullseye call. It'll only give reference from the player that calls picture. If you're on blue, it could be useful, but not really for us. It's more of a fucking annoyance for us. Starting to get AI calls for 45 kilometers.
Oh yeah, they're popping up again. 035 of 48. That's a 4-ship.
I'm gonna let them come to me.
Yep. Tiger 14 is a 4-ship, 105 or 64, so I would suggest fly 151 51. Tiger 14 via 140.
Yeah, see, it doesn't give a reference to bullseye in red picture calls.
Fly 270 for home.
That's just our own ship, which is useless for everybody else.
Rolls closest at 5026.
02656.
There's no wave coming in now, there's 3 more behind this 4 ship. One of 5 closing on the farm, rolls 03747, he's alone for now.
03747, that's R5, correct?
Yes. No, he's now turning cold. Fuck.
Let's continue the patrol here then.
Yep. Sturm, Fogo, and Tiger 40, you're nearly merged with 2 F5s, 11721. Storm Fogo merged, left wing.
Hope I actually get a chance to kill something today. This would be a very rare occasion if I go a whole mission without getting a single kill. I care more about winning the mission than I do about getting a, awesome personal score, but it's kind of feels bad, man.
F5 on your 6, 11 kilometers. Ice turning away now. Roll ship single F5 directly north 28 kilometers and a 2-ship 0 for 0 for 30.
Wait for the north guy. He's flanking left, right?
He's flanking right now, actually back to the 2 ships.
Of course. Do we have another friendly who can support me on that if I commit on them?
Tiger 40 is nearby. He is on comms, but not, he can't talk.
Okay. Yeah, set me up on an inset course for that.
Okay, 0 to 0 for 19, call.
0 to 0,
Tiger
19.
14. F5 on your left wing. 2 kilometers. Tiger 14, F5 slotting rear 6. Tiger 14, 2 F5s on your 6. The third F5 is cold now. Well, he is directly north 12 kilometers from the deck. Oh, 1500, sorry.
Had the friendly on radar for a moment. Faded.
Yeah, apparently it's on your 10. Hold 2 hostiles directly.
Tally 2, tally 2. I'll take the trailer. Lost him on radar, but he's here somewhere.
He's on your direct left.
Tally.
Okay, 1 F5 has seen you. Tiger 14, recommit directly north 8 kilometers. You're clear of your 6. Tiger 40, you need to recommit directly north 12 kilometers. Tiger 14, 275, 350 16.
Someone might not recover that. Oh, just barely.
Tiger 14, directly north, 19 kilometers.
Come on, pull harder, get greedy.
Already F5 from your 6, he might not have seen you, 4 kilometers out. He's passing by.
He ain't gonna fall for it.
Tiger 14 on your direct right,
Maybe.
18 kilometers.
Be careful with how much I pull here. I need to stop setting myself up in this situation where it's just whoever can fucking avoid a stall the most. I mean, it's funny and I'm reasonably okay at it, but it's not really a good practice. And if there's a second guy, it always gets me killed. Okay, he's got no airspeed. He's gonna have to extend. He's probably gonna reverse, actually, is what he'll do. Yeah, there's a
Tiger
reversal.
14 to Shipper 50 to 021 if you want to help your friend that helped you.
Hits on F5.
Yeah, you have 1 at 5 on your 6 week committing. Tiger 14, 2 o'clock, 18 kilometers.
Splash.
Okay, on your 6, on your 6. Overshot on your left wing.
I don't see him yet.
I lost him as well. On your right wing now.
Still no joy.
Your 6 now, on your left wing now, it's extending north.
That could have been sketchy.
He is on your left wing, slotting your 6.
I see him.
I lost him.
Yeah, I see him. And just like that, I lost him. Oh, he's above me.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Cougar, Vegan 051 for 44 going for the objective.
Can I not, please?
05?
Yeah, 030 now for intercept 30 kilometers.
Legolas, something else is locking me.
Sorry, cannot see him.
Missile away. Probably gonna miss. Yeah, I went for a flare.
Cougar magic.
Cougar,
Jesus,
Vegan,
what is with my flying today?
36.
Locked again. I think there's something else here, maybe?
There is a Quick 21, but I doubt he is not you.
Something sure is.
I see 2810, it's really far. Only a 5-star call.
I'm running out of fuel here.
Quick 21 is on him.
That missile's probably too close. Yeah, I need to get better at R13s. I'm on his 6, but I'm guns only at this point. Vigan here, Vigan here, Vigan here, I think.
There is a 21 near, where are you?
Oh, maybe it's him.
cannot see
Maybe
Vegan.
he's Swedish skin.
Okay, Cougar, Vegan is 020 for 20.
F5's on him. MiG-21, check 6, missile, missile. Fuck, he got him.
He's not on calls.
Of course he's not. Is there anyone else near me? I'm very low fuel. I'm gonna have to break off soon if I don't kill this guy. Hit him?
No.
They might have a hawk, maybe. That could be what's locking me.
I'm not sure if they can set up one.
I don't know then. 'Cause it's happening again. Problem is I can't go home while he's still flying. Because F5s can still engage you while they're fucking missing bits like that, whereas MiG-21s can't. Frustrating. God, I wish I'd saved a missile. He'd be so dead here. I'm gonna have to break off.
Yeah, there's no one nearby to give me help. Sorry. Yeah, he's turning instantly on you.
Which one? The one that's currently playing? Vamos a la playa? Because it fits.
Cougar,
80s
you
music.
finish, fly, want to be circle 40.
I knew that'd fucking happen. He launched at me. Fuck's sake. Boy, I sure wish I could shoot missiles at people when my plane's fucking burning.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Red Card 69, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Pretty scuffed one today, it would seem. What have I got? SARH. I thought I had SARH R13. Huh, I guess not. Didn't set it up. That's what I might do. I might take this loadout instead so we're a little lighter.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Sheepy, cheers for the sub, appreciate it. Let's get this thing up and running before I forget what I'm doing. Radio. He popped me as soon as I broke off, because, you know, just burning F5 things.
Oh yeah, I was so happy I killed AF5, but then he killed me because I didn't finish him.
Yeah, it happens every time. They can still, like... The F5's not dead until it actually hits the ground. So, it's not like us where if we lose the electrics, we can't shoot anything.
Right.
But, you know, it's the MiG-21 with a broken damage model, right, guys? Probably shouldn't have turned those on yet. Oops.
Cougar, I don't see anything near you, but you're also alone now. Roger. Allude 810 on your 6, lining up 4 kilometers out.
Got one hit, no holes, no fire, no leaks, MiG's out of action. Yeah, it's been that kind of day. I mean, they do have, you know, their star GCI on, and he is getting their team to actually coordinate, which is more than what's happening here. We got Legolas, and he's doing his best to get people actually all on the same target, but it is a bit difficult. At least we got a kill. One kill, finally. Hey, Marduk. Yeah, I am getting my ass kicked. I would definitely appreciate a wingman. Yeah, it happens a lot, man. I don't know.
And F5 as well. You are alone.
Maybe he was low fuel too.
Roger. I just killed a vegan.
Alright, good job. You didn't get the objective, I think, so that's good.
God, that was a hell of an approach. I thought he was going to stall himself into the trees there.
Sugar magic.
Go ahead.
RTB.
RTB is 272 for 112.
272 112.
I'll wait for you at the end of the runway, Marduk.
So, if you're on comms, you're heading into the AO alone now.
Oh, Steve's on too. I love this control panel. And the way they've done it, so you guys may have noticed that most DCS modules, especially the non-ED ones, don't support 3-position switches natively. So Virpil obviously must have figured that one out, because the landing gear lever actually has a third button. There's a button for when it's down, a button for when it's up, and another button for when it's neutral. Just got shot by an A-10 while landing at our farm. I saw that in chat, yeah. What a winner. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing any A-10s. That would explain it if they're busy team killing their own units.
Assume from you're merging with a Saber and a 5 on your left wing in 30 kilometers.
In a little while I might take a short break. I need something to eat. I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I need a drink as well. And then later on this stream, depending how long I stay on for and how long this server stays populated for, we might do something a little different, which I'm going to be horrendously bad at, but it should be entertaining.
We have another 2 A-10s coming for the farm. It's a miracle you can even fly. One of those, is he? Hey, Lagnad, cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. We are getting the crap kicked out of us repeatedly today. It's one of those days today. I'm also testing out a new piece of gear I got. Quantum Monk was very kind and sent me a spare Virpil control panel, so I now have an actual gear lever for my MiG-21, which has simplified my control bindings considerably. Although now if I want to type all my HOTASs on my desk, I have to like bear hug my keyboard to reach around all of it.
Just waiting for a wingman here. It was on Cold War earlier, but it was too quiet. Yeah, Cold War doesn't usually populate until... What time is it now? 6 AM here. Usually about 4 AM it starts to fill up my time, so that'd be 1900 Zulu, I think, is when it fills. It's pretty dead in the European afternoons. Aha! Speak of the devil. Thanks for the control panel, it's awesome. I haven't bound all of it up yet. I've just got my flaps, buttons, and my gear lever at the moment, but I think I'm going to use the 4-pack up top for the helicopter autopilots and for the autopilots on this. And then I'm going to figure out what to do with the switches. I got my emergency air start on it too. Marduk's in, and Steve is in. I have a grand total of 1 kill for 5 losses. Just to give you an idea of how rough today has been so far. I kept flying into 2 ships of F5s without realizing it was a 2-ship, which generally isn't very good for your health. And then our last sortie, we finally got an F5, and then I just about shot down another. He was smoking, belching black smoke out of his wing, but I was too low on fuel, so I tried to break off. I probably wouldn't have made it home on fuel anyway. Tried to break off, and of course, it's an F5. He just turned around and shot me with a missile, because, you know, what even are electrical failures, really? Yeah, still Swedish delivery. I think the mission's got 2 or 3 hours left in it. Just wait and see. We should have the 21 roll up behind us. Loud and clear. I'm waiting by the end of the runway.
Yeah, I'm coming. On my way.
Have solar panels? Yeah, apparently. I don't know. Maybe, well, he was smoking from the wing, so maybe it was... It's just annoying. Like, you hit an F5, you see black smoke or fire coming out of him, and he seems totally unaffected a lot of the time. Whereas the 21, the generator for the 21 is towards the back of the aircraft. And because the 21 is such a small, compact aircraft, and all of the important systems are in the tail, all it takes is 1 hit to the tail from anything, and you're fucked. Like, you might still be able to fly, but you've got no electronics, your control system's fucked up. Like, it's really easy to cripple one of these. It's hard to kill them, because I think their damage model is a little too tanky in some aspects, like the engine, for instance, but like it's very easy to put a MiG-21 out of the action and force him to go home.
Well, it seems there's 3 of us now, so we can roll on the runway now.
Excellent, rolling.
That's a MiG-21 on the center line.
Yeah, I see there's somebody down the other end. Let's wait on the piano keys. It's like 2 or 3 of them. Is it? Or no, those are the trucks up the other end. That's the 21 there. Rolling.
Louis, hold short, please. Ладно. 3. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 103, первый. Обнаружена цель. 01, 101. Дать обстановку. Right now, we're clear for takeoff. Yep.
a weird thing today in a Mirage. Had a cross like the gun cross, but lower on the HUD. OS is okay, but all other symbols missing. Bugger, am I stupid? You might have triggered the test mode for it or something, like the service mode for the HUD. Because I think that does do something similar to that when you turn it on. But I'm not 100% sure on that. Climbing. Someone's trailing my right wing. Lost sight of him now, but he's back there.
I will direct you in with more friendly speed.
Should probably slow down, I'm flying at full mil. Sure that's lined up, otherwise we'll have a bad day. Okay, there's one wingman. I think the other's trailing behind. Why is my DCS freezing all of a sudden? Oh no, they're both there. Steve, if you're trailed, check gear.
Alright, check gear.
Did you just drop down?
Oh yeah, it was me.
Oh, that was you, okay. Check tank too, because he didn't have one, I don't think. So that's Steve and the other grey MiG.
It's just empty.
Yeah, the periscope is actually useful. It's so underrated.
There's an F5 over 36 alone. Yes, 1 o'clock right to the left. Off your nose, go on. Right hand turn. MiG-21 just shot at him. He's still alive.
About here. 159. Coming right, heading towards our FARP patrol.
We have Sabre and F5, 107 for 67, close to their farm. Just, I guess just head south.
That's how you use the RSBN to figure out where you are with a radial, by the way. So I've got it set to my home base, MyCop, and it was showing that MyCop was directly west, so I just draw a line from MyCop to 090, which is my bearing, and then the distance, which was reading 75, and I know where I am. It's that simple, guys. It's that fucking simple. People really, like, get in their own head about how complicated they think radio navigation is. It's, like, dirt fucking simple. Just had an AI call out for 22.
Yep. Bonsai, is that F5 still alive?
I kind of thought that you black smoke, the Nick is on his 6, so I'm just kind of waiting for him to kill him.
Oh, okay. No harm then, was.
Gotcha. Problem with the F5 is
there should be an F5 there, somewhere behind you.
can't be on radio and use radio navigation at the same time. Might be wrong, there is still a noob. I haven't used the radio nav on the F5 for a long time, to be honest, because I can generally figure out where I am visually on these maps. You know, I've flown particularly Caucasus enough that I know where I am just based on sight. Okay, it might be that guy that's damaged.
Yeah, that F5 on your left on the deck.
Oh, cell nav is fucked, dude. Cell nav is fucked.
50 on the deck. In between the
Just fuck ever doing cell nav. It's interesting to watch people try and figure it out, but that is not for me, man. Ghetto Bulls OP, it really is. Smoke pod's also underrated. Well, good thing we got one. Yeah, there goes another merge call. Let's play that same guy. Okay, now 290. No, correction. Hold on. I can't read. Yeah, 290, 102. So the back bearing from that is... I forget, because I'm bad at this, but we're
Alright,
here
for
somewhere.
Ross, we have a 2-ship F5, 066 for 45.
Plus 2, yeah, I always forget the rule.
Just in the valley, in between the farms, and for Bonsai, that's 097 for 40.
06645 going low level.
Yeah, they're 20 kilometers out of their farm, so you should be fine.
I'm dropping safe. Oh, I see you. He's still with me.
MI-24 is getting harassed by 3 airplanes for the past 10 minutes is still alive.
I can't wait until it gets the R60M. It's gonna catch so many people off guard.
747 on 32.
I got tone in my nose for a second.
Might be the MIA.
What was the heading again? 04 something?
042 now.
042.
Onside, FS is 07 over 22.
Tally one.
Oh, damn, I didn't forward now.
If only I brought some R3Rs. Oh, that's right, I fucking rebound that key. Still getting used to the new setup. Locked.
Grass on high cover.
Yep. He's passing my right. $10 kilometers.
They're egressing towards the farm now.
Yeah, I see that. I'm gonna chase.
Still 20 kilometers out. There's a 35 coming from the east, 34 kilometers.
I'll watch iron overspeed my engine. Tally visual.
Farm is 20 kilometers out for us. Kilometers out now. Farm is 10 kilometers out now.
Missile light. He saw it. Splash.
Good job, egress south for Stand launch.
Oh shit, got me. How close was I? They must have... Oh, okay. So they've set up some sneaky boys, because they're far... Oh no, they haven't. Okay, I did get closer than I thought. Yeah, there'll be Avengers and shit down there. I shouldn't have got that close. One of those days. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a very short break. Bear with me, guys. I need something to eat real quick, and I need myself a drink. Maybe then we'll stop being so bad at this.
Sorry, I didn't really understand.
I think I'm behind you, Steve.
Copy.
Legolas, anything within about, I want to say 5 kilometers west of their fart, maybe 10 kilometers, they would have pushed out Avengers to there. Or manpads to there. Yeah, it is a wing
there
tank.
was some apparently on the hill.
Yeah.
10 kilometers.
There are EWRs
Yeah.
there as well.
Right. Yeah, I want to give you a bit of a range for the far, but I didn't know they extended that far out.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I probably shouldn't have chased him that far, to be honest. Oh shit, hang on, we're out of R13s.
Bravo, great. That's why I saw R55s flying around.
No, apparently we're out of them too. He must have only given us a handful.
Oh.
I don't usually use them, to be honest, because usually I'm carrying missiles on all my wing pylons, but since I need the extra range over just a single 800, and I'm only carrying the two R3Ss, I might as well. Su-7 would be really nice to have, yeah, for sure. Ready to go.
Okay.
You want to be flight lead this time?
Sure or not. Rolling. Cougar to ship 5 directly south 26 kilometers, and Buckaroo we have the 2 ship 5 109 for 23. Maverick fly 120 for 60.
Cougar Magic, what's the heading again?
Thought my view was a little more
204
zoomed
now.
in than usual. Bump and slider.
You also have on a 5111 for 32.
Oh god, yeah, the Su-7 to go through it so
That's
fast.
pretty far.
AL7 is a thirsty engine. Very thirsty engine.
The other one is 28. Buckaroo.
Oh, don't be like that, Kang. Don't ruin the fun.
Oh wait, he's at 5,000 meters. Sorry. Yeah. For Cougar as well, those guys are at 5,000 meters, so they're actually descending now, at least one of them. Buckaroo at 546.
What is with this stuttering? God damn.
GHPC 9 doesn't see you yet. Steve, can I get a vector? 098.
Copy 098.
Maverick, 2 Shipper 5, 13553.
Copy Maverick, 553.
Crew, you direct left to FIS.
Steve, can you drop back to
6 now.
can you drop back to about 95%?
Crew, coming back. Crew, you're 12 o'clock now to FIS.
I'm at 800.
Alright.
Maverick, did you forget to line up your compass? Flying directly north now. Over 0 to 0.
Yeah, the 29 can absolutely get some range with proper flying, but most people don't know what proper flying is. The 21 can get some distance with proper flying too.
Maverick fly 15654.
156, 60, Maverick.
Flying like a drunken, I'm not even actually drinking, that's just ginger beer. Or ginger ale even. Oh well, one of those days. I understand a little bit. I'm not fluent though.
Alright, the 53 ship 5 094 for 72 kilometers, but there are 2 ship Sabres behind it as well. So that's pretty spicy up there again.
Alright, copy. Do they have any live Vegans or A-10s?
Yeah, there's a Figan in them on their fog now.
Copy.
Sergeant Pepper, is here on call.
Let's bank south a bit so we don't extend too far.
Steve, we have Vegan and 205 and Saber heading to our farm, so keep it very heavy. Copy. How far are they? From your current position, 50 kilometers. It's now a 6 ship.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, 4 5s, 3 5s to Sabers, and then. Is that our power bed at our like 10 o'clock? 4% on your direct 12. Oh, copy. Alright, the aircraft are now 30 kilometers out, 100 for 100. Right, 100 for 30. And they are home. Magic advice when they are 20 kilometers. Copy.
They're friendly off on ours as well.
Yeah, 2 friendly McClellan rounds. Alright, Ross, let's drop. Alright, I lost a lot of them on scope, so they might be already 20 on your direct left. Copy.
Yeah, I just called 21 for me.
Yeah, Ross, 090.
Turning
Two
his way around.
F5s and a Vegan. Proof 090 for 18.
Steve, close left.
5 for 10. Copy.
2 ship.
4 ship now, 1 Vegan, 5 and...
I'm sorted on the lead. Got him locked.
Steve on your direct left.
Just merged over the top of 2 F5s. I'm on lead. Shit, I lost lead. Okay, I'm staying on the guy I see. It's a vegan.
Save on your 6.
Missile on vegan. Outturned it.
Yeah, Steve was on your 6. It's, yeah, 5 aircraft there now. Modify, oh wait, F5 for you, 09711.
Fucking God, that was bad timing.
Sorry, say again?
Shit, what is wrong with me today? I overshot badly. I'm having trouble. Vegan's hit, but he's still flying. Hey, Super.
Yeah, you gotta say when you're close.
Yeah, I know, he's locking the crap out of me.
Okay.
Vegan's still flying as well. He's, behind in the distance. F5 just overshot. I'm on the Saber. F5's probably behind me somewhere.
F5 on your 6. Murdoch, I don't see that 5 anymore. Fly 1707.
Saber's hit, still flying. Someone splash a Saber.
The Eclated was 196 of your 12 now. In a left-hand turn for you. To 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I see it. F5.
Yeah, good. Murdoch, Merce, Saber on your left.
Vegan's still up, he's with the F5.
Got a Vegan over the shoulder.
Still with the F5.
Mix 15.
Missile on F5. Might not make it.
Well done, continue south again.
Yeah, it's not gonna make it.
Missiles also. I find rock and I find rocks.
Fuck. Didn't even see it. What a clusterfuck. Huge furball. Huge furball. It'll be interesting seeing the attack view from this at least. See what they've been up to.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием!
Yeah, catch you later, man. Sleep well. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Right, Martuk, on your direct right.
Telly 1.
F5.
I'm on the guns now.
Take everybody's guns only now.
I didn't even get credit for that guy. Fucking hell. Well, because someone else hit him with a missile, I guess. I don't know what it is today. I can't fly the 21. Like, I'm wobbling all over the fucking shop. I'm not doing anything differently than the way I usually would. Not that I can tell, but all over the place. Probably just being too heavy-handed with the stick. Or, the other possibility is I'm kind of not watching my rudder use. Of course it is. What else would it be doing?
I can't see him, so it's counted as dead, but still alive.
It's been flying the whole fight. It's on fire, but, you know, vegan.
Oh, yeah.
Is the 5 extending?
Yeah, but I'm on a 6. I will need help here, guys. No,
I'll be
he's not running me.
I can't see him as well, so.
Steve, 10 o'clock. 4 kilometers.
Hot?
No. You might as well just egress back to the farm, to be honest. We have another F5, you go heading towards that farm.
Copy.
And there we have air defenses. Just play their game, I guess. Marduk, I don't think it's wise to continue the chase. Unless he's actually...
Yeah, when you guys engage vegans, just shoot it until you see it physically despawn or hit the ground. It doesn't matter if it has no wings, they can still fly. So, just keep shooting it. The things I would do for that magical IKEA technology, you hit the wings once in this thing and it decides to kill itself.
Commit 086 for 15.
Copy, let me just finish the vegan. He's annoying.
Okay, yep. You have a new F5 065 for 21.
Сократ, 101, взлет.
Proof they are 076 for 8, if you can help.
Steve's low field weather egress.
If you can make it back 2874 122, otherwise recommit 070. Proof 105 is 0566. So if you nose in a right hand turn.
Channel 5 on RSPN, Steve.
Copy. I'll save the aircraft OTP.
Copy. Buckaroo, fly 08450. Marduk, manpad U6.
Yeah, this is the Cold War server. That's where I usually fly.
Proof you're flying over manpad on your left. Proof missile. Okay, fine.
Was that an upper?
Yeah.
Copy.
Marduk missile. Fine.
Someone's having issues.
Octopus, are you on comms?
Yes, I am.
Первый. 101.
There's a Figan directly north, 18 kilometers.
Why didn't you tell me there's a 15 helping me? I could drag him, Jesus fucking Christ.
Again, north 15 kilometers.
Yep, correct. I lost him, so maybe fly 010.
My takeoffs have been shocking today as well.
Slowly, we can slowly
I wonder if I'm over trimming it. That might be it.
John.
I'm just all over the sky today and not in a good way.
Who is the 15 helping me? What do you need me to do? Just talk to me, man.
No, I'm here at the moment.
Okay, thank you for telling me. I lost it in the shadows.
I got hit equally on both ways, so I'm trimmed out.
Teams look about even-ish. We were outnumbered earlier, but it looks like it's fixed itself.
15-й. 96-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
They placed a token underneath you guys for Proof and Marduk. Marduk the 5 is now 0204, the other one is Golf. Octopus, the Figan is gone, just fly 1.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
Buckaroo, F5, 105 for 5, so you're 1 o'clock.
I'm guessing things are slightly less disorganized on blue at the moment then. We're having a shit show, man. Absolute shit show.
There's also a 15 with you.
Oh, yeah, like the lighting's changing on it when the SPO goes off, yeah. It does that with the master warning as well. It's because of the way the cockpit reflections work, it's really weird.
Yeah, CSU.
Yeah, he's really good GCI.
Bonsai F516. Buckaroo on your 6, F5 and MiG 15. On your 2 o'clock. Your nose right now. Hard left now. He's on your 6th now.
None. I've got 2 kills. Both with guns. No, wait, one with guns, one with a R13.
You're at 1500, he is at 1100.
2 kills and I've damaged like one other plane that I got an assist on, but it's just been a shit show. I'm like 2 and 7 right now, I think. Yeah, 2 and 7, which is just like, holy fuck.
You're 11 o'clock now. Off the nose.
This is my payback for the other stream where I was like fucking 9 kills in a single life. This is my payback. Drink more. Not even alcohol, dude. It's just ginger ale. It's like fucking 7 AM here. What I need to do is fly better. Like, I'm just, I don't know, all over the place today for some reason. Really wobbly and unstable. 1000s to 1. Yeah, I guess. It'd be less frustrating if, like, I don't mind getting hit if it means somebody else can get a kill in, but that hasn't really been happening either. It's just frustrating. Who's fancy? It is, it's called Regal, but it's an Aldi brand, I think. I bought it at Aldi anyway, so... It's presumably the FARP in front of me. Yeah, I mean, it's fairly low, but at least it's broken. Not like open range at the moment where it's complete overcast, it's absolutely hellish. There's our FARP. Hey Sped, cheers for the resub. Beep 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 indeed. Yeah. That kind of box shape down by that town, that's our FARP. So we go chill out over there. Until Legolas needs me somewhere.
Octopus is left 5 east, 80 kilometers just over the farm, so you aware of any fences?
Yeah, they are. They're very intense.
Okay.
Dogfights on this server are probably some of the hardest you'll get into. The players on here are much, much better at dogfighting than almost any of the modern servers. I mean, there's still a very clear difference between, you know, the really regulars and the guys that just kind of hop on every now and then, but compared to, like, even Blue Flag, the opposition here is much, much more difficult. Like, I honestly think probably even the worst Cold War player would shit all over your average GS player.
Guys, the DCS, so IR or Brito.
Which mission, sorry?
The R30.
IR.
The R3R is radar, the R3S, if you have it, is IR.
Buckaroo sounds like he's on the other side of the room to his mic. He's also intensely Scottish, so even when he's sitting next to his mic, it can be hard to hear him over SRS sometimes. And Scottish accents don't usually give me trouble, but over SRS they can be a bit problematic. You miss the littlest detail. Oh boy, does not go well. How can you still have fuel? Because I got shot down and had to take off again. I got nailed, dude. I never even saw the missile that killed me. Yeah, I'm just circling ours now. Just got an AI call out 084 for 60 flanking. Is that heading towards their farm or coming my way?
Going to their farm.
Yes.
And a 5 and a C101. And another 5 with a east.
DCS is running really badly today. I have no idea what's going on. Stuttering and freezing and fucking frame rate dropping randomly.
Russian 1 of 5, 100 for 23, and another 5, 090 for 51, and a C101, 080 for 40. Make it another 5 for the C101.
Guess I know here.
They're actually over the farm. We have 105 is now 13023 gold, I think. I lost him. And the whole F5 is 137.
Okay, I'm gonna drag back towards that path, I guess. I got radar contact on one my nose.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did get shot down next to our own FARP. It might have been your Stinger that got me then, because I didn't see a missile at all. It was called out, but I didn't see it. Dirt and crap on my screen, god damn it. Where's it come from?
Because I lost F5, we all left 22 kilometers.
Hey, Yellow Fox. How's it today? DCS is going very, very poorly today. Otherwise okay, but DCS has been crap. Catch you later, Gerbil. Makes it crap. I've been getting shot down repeatedly because I can't fly today, and I keep ending up in bad situations because I'm putting myself in them. Like, it's just, it hasn't gone well. Put it that way, it hasn't gone well. Try some IL-2. Yeah, the thing I'm even worse at. I'm sure that'll go real well. I do need to do some more IL-2, just not today, I think. Victor Mart, thanks for the follow.
We also have 1.5 Singleton 138 for 37. Scratch on your 080 for 11.
08011.
And 1800. Left side of this hill you're flying over. It's your 10 o'clock now. 5 kilometers he is hot.
No joy yet.
It's your 1 o'clock. Your right hand wing now merged.
Yeah, I saw him for a second. There he is. Imagine trying to follow a MiG-21 in the vertical.
Steve, fly 136.
Because I don't quite have the nose authority here, I need to get the shot. Alright, let's dig her in here. Get the nose around. He's gonna pull into me, so I'm not gonna have aspect for a shot here, but I can pull. I just took a hit from somebody else. Ugh, for fuck's sake, every time. Yeah. It's not a DCS kind of day today, I think. Time to go fly the Mozzie. That's probably going to go even worse. I don't know. Saber, behave yourself. Can't type because of all the shit in my way now. How many people they got? 8, so we're slightly outnumbered, but not really much. They got a Huey anyway, so it doesn't really count. Because our sling loader has jumped off. Yeah. Mike Delta's good at setting people up, like 2 or 3 people on one target, which is what's happening. So it's good play on his part. It's just not really fun to be on the receiving end of when I'm not flying well today. When I am flying well, I can cope with it because I can keep them busy until friendlies turn up, but today I can't even manage that because I'm just not flying worth shit. I mean, if I get off, Red's gonna have nobody left, which is the issue. It's gonna kill the server. But at the same time, I'm not really having fun. What I might do... That's not what I intended to do. What I might do is I might hop over and get rid of SRS. We don't need you. And Saber, you're gonna like this, or you're gonna hate it. One of the two. Let's take something out for a fly that I haven't flown for a very long time. Because today seems like a day for really bad ideas. See if I even remember how to start it up. Yeah, we'll take the 16 out. And it will go horribly, and I'll probably get frustrated at that too, but I do want to fly it, because I know they've done some tweaking with the flight model, and I'm curious how it is now. Oh. Remember, you'll get a hung start now if you put the throttle in idle below 20%. Okay, well, I'll try not to do that, but I probably will. We join in and immediately team kill. Oh no, those are oh, okay. They're fucking victory showing orange now, I guess. Whatever. I haven't played on this server for ages. So, look at all the fucking hot start slots in here. God damn. It's fucking depressing. Yeah, boy. I know, right, Breedle? It's gonna go horribly.
Copy.
Okay, so how do we do this? It's jet fuel start. Yes. No. Hello? No. What we do is we put the fucking battery on is what we do. There we go. Now JFS.
Rearming complete.
Hello? Did I... There we go. Oh. Wrong button. There we go. Okay. Blue 11 Fight, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So external lighting, we don't want any of that on. I think we're already on the right frequency. No, we don't want the jam on. Name how before you start JFS. Won't have data link now and other stuff. Oops. Whatever. Flying your favorite plane. I don't fly this very often. I usually fly old Cold War planes. Mostly Soviet Cold War planes, but I figured we'd fly the 16 because I haven't done it in forever, pretty much. Oh shit, I don't even remember how to do the fucking... Stored heading, please, maybe. And then, shit, which of these go on? That doesn't, I don't think. These? Is it all of these except map? Fuck, I don't know. I used to know. I actually had to walk Tawny through the fucking startup once, which is hilarious, if you can imagine. Him who only really flies modern blue stuff and me having to tell him how to start the 16. Okay, it's on normal. Stored heading, it should be on stored heading. We want to get rid of the fucking tapes because they annoy the shit out of me. Oh, that's the fun switch right there, and it doesn't even... Not even clickable. Not even clickable. SMH. I know. Don't know what's bitching at me about. When it's flashing a line like that, does it mean it's busy aligning, or does it mean I'm ready to go? Oh, it says INS ready. Okay. I guess we're good. May as well leave it another minute or two while I try and work out how this plane works. We don't need any of that yet. Radar power. Caused a major electrical fault. Well, sucks to fucking be the electrician that's gonna have to fix it, I guess. Alright, you know what? You know what? We'll do it properly then. We'll respawn and we'll do it properly. Okay. So what was it? It's power to main JFS 2. Right. Let me just arm up my plane first. The stream might be a little shorter than I was planning because I'm tired as fuck, actually. Which is probably why I'm not flying so well. Fuel. Okay. And then we want mostly that. That's alright, man. I'll get through it.
Copy.
Main power. Start 2. There we go.
Rearming complete.
Oh, it's stuttering. Of course it is, it's growing Sidewinder. I think that one's the best one for me at the moment, is just without the tapes. Because I tried some of the other ones and they got rid of features I actually do want there. So I'll just stay without tapes. Oh my god, this server runs like absolute fucking dog shit. MiG-19 radio can't receive the waves that AWACS sends. No, what's happened here is the mission maker has not actually set the presets in the MiG-19 because they're too fucking lazy. That's what's happened here. Like, they do the same thing with the MiG-21 on this server. If it isn't a fucking Gen 4 Blue 4 module, they don't do any special setup for it. So the MiG-19 and the MiG-21, which both have preset radio channels, which can be changed in Mission Editor. It's like the easiest thing on Earth to do, is just change the fucking radio channel. You can even set it to fucking frequencies outside the radio's physical ability to pick up. It doesn't work. Because they haven't set it up. If they'd taken 5 minutes to set it up in Mission Editor, there would be no issue with the MiG-19 picking up fucking AWACS calls. Also, this server, I don't know if it's still disabled, but they did disable for a long time the GCI slots and the Observer slots as well, just to make sure. So it was really hard to do anything in the older planes because they hadn't set the fucking radios up properly. Go to list. List. Where is list? Where is list? I'm blind. List. Press 0. That's not bad. I'll just leave it with that. That's fine. How do I go back to the... crap. Crap. How do I go back to the fucking top level menu? Shit. Press return. Aha. There we go. The way this is set up just fucks my brain up. None of this makes any sense. It's so counterintuitive. Sort of, Max, but, you know, this is Growling Sidewinder, and if you're not in a fucking F-16, no one gives a shit, apparently. Yeah, it should be aligned, I think. It's blinking at me, I think it's ready to go, so just go... to in-flight, I guess? Or do we not do in-flight? Do we go to norm? I don't know. No? Nav? Okay. This is different than the Hornet then. Which would make sense, they're different planes. Okay. I think we're just about ready to actually go somewhere now. Oh, the parking brake wasn't on. Think you fucked it? I probably did. I probably did. How do I check the INS page? List, I guess? 6. Looks okay. Whatever, it's good enough. I don't care. Alignment states 99. Whatever, who gives a fuck? Like, as long as I'm pointing in generally the right direction, it's all good. Oh my god, this server is so bad. It freezes every time somebody gets a fucking kill. It's like an abject lesson in how not to set up a fucking public server. I don't know what they've done, but every time something happens, it freezes up. Like, my PC is good enough, I should not be getting freezes in DCS, not like this. And yet, look at it, it's borderline unplayable. I wouldn't bother, Saber, I'm probably gonna get off after one flight if it keeps running like this. Like, I fully expect to either fly into the ground while my game's frozen, or get shot down by somebody that teleports behind me. At which point I will probably quit DCS and play something else, or go back to bed. It's frozen again. Oh my... It's freezing for like 5 or 10 seconds a pop. Like, God, this server's... Oh my God. How? How do you fuck up this bad? Even Blue Flag doesn't freeze this much, and Blue Flag is a much fucking more intensive mission. Jesus Christ. I don't know what he's done, but he should stop doing it, obviously. Yeah, but like, Blue Flag's got a lot of stuff happening on the back end, so you kind of expect that from it, whereas there's nothing on the back end at GS, as far as I'm aware. If there is, there probably shouldn't be. It's just... it makes no sense. There's nothing really script-heavy, as far as I know, running in this mission. Like, there's no large groups of moving ground units, there's no fancy scripting going on, it just... I don't know what he's done. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, Saber. Like, I last flew this plane probably 2 years ago. Maybe not 2 years ago, but a long time ago. Bold of you to assume I remember how to lock a target in this. Worth note that GS World War II server is just as bad for freezing, if not worse. And I can tell you, maybe not on this server, but on the World War II server, a large part of the problem is he's just spammed fucking smoke presets everywhere. Like, that just kills frame rate. Even on a good PC, that'll kill your frame rate. I don't mean like stuff's blown up and it's smoking, I mean he's taken the largest size oil fire in the mission editor and put like 5 of them in one place. Like, it's just fucked. Yeah, okay, no, I know that. I just wasn't sure if I'd be able to get 2 of them at once. Put Link 16 on right MFD? How do I do that? So I don't fly the F-16, my dude. Telling me how to do this shit, or telling me to do shit, isn't gonna tell me anything. I don't understand any of how this plane works. Oh, there we go. Link 16, hello? Still nothing. Also, I don't know if my IFF interrogate's on. Fuck, I hope it is. Mid's on? It should be. Spotting under shadow is fucked, yeah, absolutely. Oh, hello. Hello. It says mode 4 scan, and I'm not picking up friendly on him. Oh god. Oh, this is not good. Oh, my fucking lights are on? Seriously? Fuck. Ah! I'm so dead. I have not played Falcon 4 since I was about 12 years old, no. So I have played it, but not since I was a kid. Oh, and here comes the freezing again. God, this server gives me the shits. I mean, even if I crash on a freeze, I'll probably get shot on them. Yeah. And the game's freezing as well. Yeah, I think that's DCS for the day. I'm getting the shits. We'll find something else to do. Do you have enough RAM? I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. Dude, my PC's a fucking beast. Like, it's only Growling Sidewinder's server and sometimes Blue Flag that gives me that much problem. And I know why. It's because Growling Sidewinder's server is set up like an absolute dumpster fire. Like, the mission is... There's not many scripts running, but the scripts that are running are probably configured all, like, fucked 9 ways to Sunday. Because whatever is there is causing the game to freeze. And as far as I know, apparently he runs it on really expensive hosting, but back when I used to play on there more often, it was the worst server in the game as far as people desyncing and lagging all over the place went. Like, hands down the worst. It was laggier than servers running off people's old Pentium machine in their bedroom, so I don't know what's up with that place, but it is not optimal, put it that way. Yeah, some days it do be like this. At least we know that the Virtual control panel works really well. I'm really happy with that. Everything else has gone absolutely horribly, but that's gone really well. So I think maybe later I'll bind up some more of the aircraft in game with it. Maybe bind a few more of the buttons in the 21 and the 19 as well. How'd you come by the Verpal panel? Quantum Monk had a spare and offered to send it to me, which was very kind. F5 with fucking Top Gun Dark Livery ruining my day. It's like an optical camera. Yeah, it is. And again, because Mike Delta's GCIing for them, they will know exactly where you are and they'll be vectored onto you in groups. Because he doesn't just, you know... The thing is, there's probably more people on blue at the moment on comms than there were on red. Red had a couple people on comms, but not many. And so Legolas kind of had like 3 people to work with out of however many we had. But ideally what you want to do is you want to actually form people up in at least pairs. Because if you send in one fucking plane into a 3-ship, unless it's someone like Zach or Davey or Yink, they're not going to come out of that alive. They might maybe tag 1 or 2 guys, but they're going to get shot down as well, so just... It wasn't a good day for Red today, and it was an even worse one for me, but they happen. Upcoming Monday, Top Gun's in the cinema. I haven't even seen the original Top Gun, honestly. Like, I know that's fucking haram in the aviation community, but I haven't seen it. I've seen a couple of clips from it, and I can already tell it would trigger the fuck out of me. Like, all of the actual flying scenes would trigger the fuck out of me. And as far as Tomcat porn goes, Final Countdown is better. Don't at me. No, I'm done with DCS for the day, Saber. I'm actually really fucking tired all of a sudden, but I might try and go for a little bit longer. Let's do some Gunner Heat PC. Fuck it. Have you played Hunt? No, I have not. Hang on. As much as I hate pausing that song, because it is, because it is a good song, this has its own music, at least in the menus, and it's pretty good music too. Where are my scenes? Right, there we are. Make sure that OBS hooks the right window, which it has. Happy days. Let's start off with something nice and simple. So for those who haven't seen this before, this is a indie tank game. It's intending to be, I guess you could call it, in terms of fidelity, it's kind of like IL-2 Great Battles, so it's not everything's clickable like DCS, you don't get the full interior like Steel Beasts, but the tanks are realistically simulated, and it's meant to simulate the kind of environment they operate in. So think of it more like IL-2 Great Battles, for instance, than DCS. If any of you have ever played M1 Tank Platoon 2, the old Microprose tank sim from the, what was it, like the mid-late 90s? I played it when I was a kid. This is like a spiritual successor to M1 Tank Platoon 2, pretty much. It's set, currently, they're probably going to add more theaters as the game grows, but it's currently set in Centag's area of responsibility in 1985. Marksmanship's bad even in this today, god damn. Go for the guy that's a little closer, we can actually see him. That looks like a pretty solid hit. Yeah, he's stopped. He hasn't brewed up yet, though. Normally I can clean this mission out pretty easily, but like I said, we're having a day in everything today, apparently, so our buddy to our right's cooking off. Okay, that's one more M60 down. Our track's destroyed, so I can't push down the hill. So I'm not even sure I'll be able to finish the mission at this point. This guy's really hard to see through the gun smoke. And we're dead. Ugh. Like I said, it has been a day. We'll go ahead and rerun the mission. I don't think there'd be anything interesting in the after-action report besides me missing a lot. Alright. So at this distance, we want to lead the M60 by about one of the medium-size stadium marks. Except he keeps changing fucking direction on me. We'll get that guy instead, he's closer. He's still up, so we'll go for another hit. Okay, he's burning. He's burning. This is more like it. Lost our wingman tank again, but we should be able to get these two, hopefully, and then we can finish the closer group. There we go. Right, that's them dealt with. Oh shit. Firing from a short halt in this is a little janky at the moment just because of the way the stabilizers are programmed. So they don't always work as well as they should. But we managed to clean it, finally. So, at the moment, there's a fairly limited number of vehicles in the game. There's more going to be added fairly soon, but they're trying to flesh out their gameplay more. So, the biggest problem that GHPC has early in its development like this is the inescapable comparisons to War Thunder, because War Thunder has just become what, you know, people these days assume to be a tank game. You know, those of us who are old enough to have played things like M1 Tank Platoon 2 or any of those games, Armored Fury, whatever, we know that War Thunder is kind of not what these guys are shooting for, but for the younger generation, it's hard to... God, I sound like a fucking boomer. It's hard for them to actually understand what the angle of this is. And so, at the moment, rather than just adding more vehicles to the game, they put a bit of a hold on new vehicles, and they're trying to flesh out the gameplay more. So they're adding more randomization into the missions. The missions as they stand now are just a way of actually experiencing the gameplay. They're not like the final sort of, oh, this is how the game will work. But they're there as like a quick way that players can just jump straight in and get a feel for how the game will play out. Now, so they've added more missions, more randomization. They've added more depth to the mechanics and to the simulation. The simulation on this is really deep. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that you don't see in the game directly. So, for instance, you know, everyone kind of is used to seeing this thing by now. Older or more on the spectrum armored fighting vehicle enthusiasts will know this from Steel Beasts. Younger people or, you know, normies will know it from War Thunder, but, you know, you have your AAR, the after action report, AAR, which shows you where you hit and what damage it did. We all know that. But what you don't see working behind the scenes is things like the fact that the ammunition burn rate when a tank cooks off is based on the amount of open airspace, like the amount of open hatches. So if the hatches are open because a crew jumped, there's more air available to the fire and it burns much hotter, whereas if the tank's buttoned up, it'll sort of smolder longer, but it also builds pressure, so it'll look for a way to escape. So you won't see generally, I think I've seen it once or twice, usually tanks with closed hatches will pop their turrets, but tanks with open hatches won't. Occasionally there's just so much exploding at once that the turret will pop anyway, but you know, you have different things like the pressure inside the tank from the cook-off, the rate at which it's burning, the heat. You know what? You're right. I'm dumb. It's self-oxidizing, isn't it? But it calculates all this stuff based on what's going on with the tank. My brain is not working at all today. Holy fuck. Fuel fires aren't simulated yet. So fuel fires are a thing that's coming fairly soon, I think. But yeah, anyway, so there's all this shit going on in the back end, which you don't really see. And they're also going to try and get infantry and IFVs into the game soon, because that'll really change things up. War Thunder doesn't have anything like that. It does have IFVs, but it doesn't have infantry, and the IFVs in War Thunder just act like tanks, but worse. Yeah, that's probably a better description, is the pressure is looking for somewhere to go. So if the hatches are open, it goes out the top. If the hatches are closed, it pops the turret. Or comes out the hole that the round went in through. Is the M48 in the game? No. It might be when the Germans arrive. So this is our AI buddy here. He's kind of in a shit position out on the hill like this. But we can see the T-72's armor doing some work at least. You'll notice as well the damage log in the top right corner of the screen. That will be present in the after action report, but when the game is more complete, that won't be visible in live gameplay. So you will have to shoot until the tank changes shape or color. You won't know that you've killed the driver or hit the ammo rack or whatever until you see it react. Never understood why War Thunder gave me a coax but nothing to shoot it with. Yeah, exactly. He actually tanked quite a few hits up there. He provided a nice good distraction for me. Very nice distraction. Wonder how long the crew lives during a cook-off. Depends how quickly they're able to get out of the tank, I guess. But if they're not able to get out of it, I'd imagine not very long. It's funny, they even show the crew members on open top vehicles in War Thunder, but yeah, just crew member has been knocked out. Like, come on. That's not something you'll see here. They plan to make it every bit as miserable as actual tank combat would be, so you'll see bits flying everywhere when a tank blows up or somebody gets hit. That's the plan anyway. You know, it's pretty early in development. A lot of stuff is planned. Some of it may or may not pan out, but there are certain things which they do definitely want to get done in the game, and that's one of them. The game will eventually have more of a sort of campaign-oriented setup. Again, kind of like those classic old tank sims. So you'll, like, you know, there's a reason for it. There's a reason the crew damage models are so detailed there. Like, you can see individual eyes, difference between skull, brain, head. The reason it differentiates on that level is to keep track of crew injuries through a campaign. So, you know, it's a lot more in depth than it looks at the moment. And it should be pretty impressive. as development progresses. We're back through to the first few shots. Let's do another mission. So the Soviets aren't even in the game yet. We're playing as the East Germans when we're driving a T-72 there. They are coming though, and the Soviet tanks will be a revelation, I think, for a lot of people. T-64A and T-80B, as well as the T-62. But they don't have voices yet. They're in the process of recording them. You know who does have voices? Jesus Christ. The Americans do. So, with that said, let's hop in an M60. Do they have any older time period vehicles? The oldest currently is the T-55, which the East Germans used. There's a possibility of other theaters, say like maybe one of the Indo-Pakistani wars or something, or some of the wars in the Middle East, but they've explicitly said they don't want to do World War II because World War II has been done to death, and this isn't really the best platform for it anyway. Thermals are still a work in progress. They're much higher resolution than they should be. It's a known issue. It'll be worked on. The T-34 is not in game anymore. It was only there for April Fools, but it's been removed. This poor guy in front of us is about to have a really unpleasant time when he crests that hill. In fact, we're the trailing M60, so this could go really badly for them. That was BRDM. Multi-crew is planned, by the way. Multiplayer is planned, but it'll initially take the form of co-op and multi-crew. PvP is a maybe. They want to do it, they've just got to figure out how to make it actually fun. Because again, this isn't War Thunder, you know, tanks in an arena kind of deathmatch shit. This is tanks, infantry, supporting arms, etc. So it has to be fun and actually play well. Multi-crew is going to take a lot of weight off my shoulders because instead of worrying about driving the tank, I can just focus on gunnery, which is what I actually like doing. Yeah, 14.5 kpbt. Need to hurry myself up a bit here. It looks like our buddies have not had a good time. And I think I know exactly why, aside from that T-72, who was in a very good ambush position. Gun-launched ATGMs? Absolutely. Oh shit! That went well.
M60A3 or so anything else?
Yeah, M60A3. At least it was an M60A3. I think we're out of tanks. No, we have a couple of dumbasses that got stuck on terrain. Yeah, the voiceovers are really, really good. They react to the situation, so M60 crews will fucking panic like shit when they see a T-72. behind the wreckage. Fuck.
Target locked.
He should pick it back up here in a minute. Maybe.
Gunners, cover, tank. Identified. Fire. Target locked.
Fuck. Terrain.
Gunners, cover, tank. Identified. Reload.
There we go. That looks like a fairly solid hit. Oh, he's saying shoot him again.
Target. Ceasefire.
Notice the amount of crap the gun kicks up when it goes off. It's very hard to see through it. In both directions. That's realistic. You don't see that in many games, but that is actually realistic. The amount of fucking shit that gets thrown up by a gun this large going off. It, again, going back to what I was speaking about when we were doing DCS, most games, even most simulators, don't accurately model the shit situational awareness you have on a battlefield.
On the way.
I don't have a good angle here. Might be able to get one through the turret ring.
Fuck that T-72, he killed our friends.
Oh, shit!
Identified! Obstructed! On the way! Posted!
Crap, he's still up.
Again! Ongoing payload! On the way! Posted! He's looking at it!
Yes, I noticed.
On the way!
A lot of these voice actors are real tank crewmen, by the way. I don't think he's actually active. I think we crippled his crew. I know where to get him. Right there. In a way, it's actually good that I'm playing like shit today, because you guys get to hear a lot more of the crew panic than you usually would. Ooh! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Those things are fucking terrifying. They are so terrifying. Oh, that's interesting. That's a new bug. What's causing that? And it's only that guy that does it. So that was the first of our losses there. They got ambushed by that one T-72. He wiped out about a platoon's worth of M60s by himself. Conkers? No, it's the TOS launcher. So with vehicles that have either hunter-killer systems or at least a commander override of some variety, what you can do, and you'll actually notice the difference as well, the difference between tapping space or holding space based on the vehicle's design. You could get the commander to slew the gun onto what he's trying to get you to shoot. Yeah, it is. And so because I didn't know exactly where he was looking and I didn't have time to wait for him to tell me left, right, on, whatever, what you do is you hold space or hit space depending on the tank, and it will accept whatever he's trying to put in for the turret control, and he will slew the gun onto where he's looking. But it's not 100% accurate, especially on the tanks that don't have hunter killer. And so what he will do is he'll put you on the tank, but then you have to still fine lay the gun to actually hit the target. Yeah, it's a really good feature. It's a lifesaver. It really is. Because before they added it, it was you would have to try and figure out which one he was talking about, because he'd tell you left or right or, steady, and there'd be like a group of 3 T-72s coming down the hill at you, and you don't know which one he's trying to tell you about. So like before they added that, it was pretty much the crew voices were just flavor, I guess, and it was more effective to just run your own engagement. But now that that feature's actually in, you can run the engagement the commander wants you to run, which is really, really good. I mean, you can imagine as well in multi-crew with a human player screaming that shit at you. It should be a lot of fun. It should be a hell of a lot of fun. RM60 just got fucked by these T-72s. Completely fucked by them. This one guy up on the hillside had a really good time. Really, really good time. As T-55s came in and joined the party as well. See the heat shell with the page-long damage log. We should be getting to it soon-ish, I think. That's the one that was my... Was that my first M60? No, maybe not. Actually, no, I think it was. That was the one that got my first M60. So it was a shot from the front. Oh, he's so lucky that didn't take his legs off. You notice, by the way, how much work the cheek armor on the T-72s does, and how far it extends around the turret. If you actually look, it extends to halfway behind the, or like along the sides of the turret. So quite often you'll get baited into shooting them in the side of the turret and think, oh, it'll go through, and it won't. It'll just bounce straight off. Yeah, I'll do the T-55 next. T-55 is a lot of fun. And it gets the most fun ammunition type in the game, BR-412, which is armor-piercing high explosive. Its armor-piercing value is not the best, but... Oof. I think we need a hose. I think we need a hose. So let's see, what have we got? Penetrated upper plate add-on, which is the 16mm plate. This is a T-72M1. So 16mm plate went through that. Then penetrated upper glacis driver section, which is, you see there's a gap in the textilite, the composite armor. That's for the driver's hatch. There's just not enough space for the inner part of the composite there. So there's a cutout and there's a thinner rolled homogeneous plate there. That is the best place to hit this thing in the front. And it's basically center of scene mass. This is the issue the T-72 has. The T-72 is really, really well armored. Really well armored. But all of the weak spots in its armor are near its center of scene mass. Like if you look, you've got the driver's vision, or the driver's sort of hatch area, which is one of the weak spots. And then look at the gaps either side of the gun in the composite armor. You hit either of those turret cheeks, you're not going to go through it. But you hit just either side of the gun barrel, you'll go clean through into the turret. So it's a really, really well-armored tank. It's really tough to crack from the front. But if you just do what you're supposed to do and shoot for center of scene mass instead of trying to do War Thunder sniper shit where you shoot through like an individual viewport, you'll kill it. You know, eventually you'll kill it. Because all of its weak points are clustered around the center of its profile, which is, I understand why it was done. It was a design compromise they had to make to keep the tank small, and keeping the tank small makes it more survivable because you're less likely to see it or hit it at long distance, but it also in a way makes it much more vulnerable. So anyway, it gets through the driver's armor, hit driver's head, no shit, penetrated his skull, entered the fighting compartment, hit driver's left eye, brain, penetrated the engine firewall. So these are going to be out of order because it tracks the main projectile first and then starts tracking the spool in order of, I think, energy. So the white line is the main projectile, or in this case, the heat jet. And then the fragmentation is color-coded according to energy in like a kind of as it would be for temperature. So yellow is really high energy fragments and red is low energy fragments. So it tracks each of those separately, which is why the damage log's going to be out of order. But we've got penetrated engine firewall, entered engine compartment, hit engine, which is that's where the actual main heat jet stopped, was in the engine. Then penetrated glass textile layers, driver's periscope visor, IR spotlight, main gun barrel, gunner's right leg, gunner's left leg, gun breech housing, throwing charge, which in the T-72, those are the separate charges that contain the propellant. So when you got a T-72 and it says throwing charge, that's what it means, the case stub. Or like the main casing and the one with the case stub attached to it. And propellant charge in the context of the T-72 means the actual additional propellant on the Sabo, and I think the heat rounds have them too. Actually, we should be able to see. Yeah, I think the heat rounds have the additional propellant. Actually, I think everything except HE frag does, I think. Wait. No, hang on. I'm wrong. Ignore me. So the orange ones there, which you can kind of just see, those are heat rounds. The teal ones are the Sabos. So yeah, the Sabos have additional propellant. The heat doesn't. The HE frag doesn't. HE frag is the yellow stuff. And the throwing charge is the dark orangey stuff with the grey case stub. Anyway, hit throwing charge. Driver's torso, driver's left arm, commander's left foot, commander's left leg, gunner's torso, autoloader, gunner's right foot. Driver's right lung hit a warhead, so it hit either a HE frag or a heat round. Penetrated driver's jaw, hit driver's neck. And you'll notice as well, it makes a difference between hitting part of somebody and penetrating part of somebody. So you might get hit by a fragment, but it just, it either bounces off because it's so low energy or it embeds in your skin or something. That will count as a hit. Penetrated means it went through you and probably took a limb or something off. So that's this is just how detailed the crew damage models are. It's like these crew damage models, put it this way, are more detailed than most first-person shooters I've ever played. Even this is probably more advanced than what Red Orchestra used to use, and that was pretty up there for infantry damage modeling. Where were we up to? Driver's upper spine, propellant casing, driver's right arm, gunner's right arm, throwing charge, ammo carousel, top shield, commander's left leg, commander's torso. You'll see it only hit the commander's torso, it didn't penetrate it. It probably just hit him in the chest and kind of bruised him or something. Penetrated gunner's pelvis, torso, autoloader, again, gunner's left foot, driver's right eye, left lung, left arm, gunner's left arm, gunner's gut, commander's right foot, commander's right leg, gunner's left lung, gun breech, driver's heart, penetrated warhead, and commander's torso. Like everything in that tank got fucked. Yeah, turbo fucked the entire tank. And then this was the last shot. Oh, Mr. ATGM man down here had a bad day. Let's fetch the mop and bucket. Fairber, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Anyway, I said I'd do a T-55 one, so let's do a T-55 one. What we'll do, in fact, is we'll do M60 wave. So we are a lone T-55 against a bunch of M60s, because this one's a lot of fun. It's difficult, because if the M60s see you, you're dead. But if you can manage to engage them without being spotted or without being pushed on, it tends to go pretty well. I usually preset my sight to 500 meters because the maximum straight line distance I'm likely to engage in this area is 500 meters. So, if I'm not using something with a laser rangefinder, I always preset my range to what I expect to engage at. I just turn the stab off for the moment so it isn't slewing the turret around when I'm driving. We'll get in behind these trees and then we'll set up an ambush, or we'll try and set up an ambush. We're going to stick with heat to start with. We might hold off on the BR-412, which is the fun stuff. We might hold off on that at first, because it doesn't have the best penetration. If it does penetrate, it will absolutely rat fuck something, but if it bounces, I'm going to be in trouble. So I usually save that for when I've worked around the flank of a tank. Should start to see some M60s appearing soon. There is a single BRDM that's acting as kind of a scout for us, and he will help by drawing their fire. And of course I find the one spot to park where I can't see anything. There we go. Okay, that was an effective hit. He's changed color. Orange stuff came out of him. That's generally a good sign. So we can cease engaging him. Okay, there's one in there, but he's going to be behind terrain to me, so he's not our problem at the moment. He is unfortunately going to kill our scout, but not much I can do. My objective here is to just survive long enough to then clean out whatever's left. Oh, there we go. Oh, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. I think he saw me. Maybe. Oh, the fucking bushes. Crushed by impact angle. I'm concerned that one of his mates will spot me here. Why can I not elevate my gun? That looked a little more effective? Yes, it was. Okay, he's burning. One over there. I'm just dubious about popping out here because I know they're... Oh shit, okay, hello. Oh, don't look this way, don't look this way. Right, I think it's time. We're going to go to BR412 here next. My favourite party trick with the BR412D is if you can get a shot into an M60's turret from behind at the right angle, you can actually get it to go chest burster mode and blow up inside the commander. Which would probably be absolutely fucking horrific in real life, but it's kind of funny in game. You know, if you don't think about it too hard.
Aaron, did you hear anything? No.
Just a bit, Steve. Their situational awareness isn't the best. The AI's, you know, detection probably needs working on. You also notice those two are trying to mate with each other. Uh-oh, we need to do a quick restock. So the AI is going to be worked on. The original game that this kind of developed from, well, it was more of a tech demo, really, had really good AI. They would move and shoot as platoons, and they could find berms, and they had, like, they could perform berm drills and everything. Like, they were better tankers than I am. That's going to be re-implemented at some point, and that should make the AI a lot more responsive and a lot more lifelike, a lot harder to do this to. I think it might just be this guy left, but I'm not sure. To restock again. While restocking, you can't move the turret, because obviously, you know, it would be very unsafe for the loader, so it locks the turret in place. Go. Just lob a Sabo through his hull, I guess. There we go. There's another one somewhere. Maybe over there. Yep. Oh, he's dead. There we go, there he is. Hello. And I need to restock again. Oopsie daisies. And this is why you need to time your ammo resupply much better than I do. Well, this is going well. I have to just drive right up to him. How is this guy not dead? There we go. That finally got him. Yeah, it is. But there's also a free demo you can play. It just doesn't give you the more advanced vehicles. So you can drive the M60 and the T-55, but not the Abrams or T-72. I don't think he was asleep, Steve. I think he was doing the big sleep. Just last patch, they added cook-off sounds. Yeah, we'll do an after-action report. Just drive around our little field of crispy critters here. You can see the size difference between the T-55 and the M60. It's pretty impressive. This thing is much smaller. I'll see if I can actually park right next to this guy. It's not just their overall height either, but the actual, the hull is much taller, even. They're about the same... Well, the T-55's a little bit shorter. Not much, though. But look at the height difference. Like, just look at it. Yeah, it's a huge difference. And it's kind of a design trade-off. So a smaller vehicle is less likely to be seen and it's harder to hit. But the problem you have with a vehicle like this, I mean, you hit even an M60 or an M1, it's going to have a really bad day. But you hit a small vehicle, and no matter what goes into it, you're going to hit something important. And so even before they improved the spall modeling, because before Sabos weren't really throwing enough spall, and so you had kind of a similar effect to War Thunder, where, you know, you're poking somebody with a skewer and it's just doing nothing to them. The American tanks would eat Sabos and not really take damage, whereas the T-55 or T-72, one Sabo would just rat-fuck the whole tank. Well, now that they're modeled better, it usually only takes 1 or 2 to knock out the American tanks as well, but, you know, usually it's much more catastrophic when they hit one of these. Sabres tend to have a lot of spalling in War Thunder now. Oh, they finally fucking fixed that, did they? It took them long enough. Yeah, and they're easy to transport by rail as well. You know, like, one of the things, for instance, that people don't really think about is the way you get your tanks to the front line is generally on a train, right? By rail. And so when your tanks get particularly large, that limits where you can take them. There was an issue with NATO tanks not being able to fit through railway tunnels in the Alps, for instance. Whereas Soviet tanks were very, very small and they would fit just about anywhere. So these little things are really well optimized for the way the Soviets thought that another war in Europe would be fought. You know, they're not overly large, they're not overly expensive, they have just enough technology in them to be dangerous, but not, you know, they're not unicorns. Even the T-64, which to the Soviets was a unicorn, even the T-64, that was produced in enormous numbers. Like, they built thousands upon thousands of them, and that was the supposedly expensive and difficult to produce tank. You know, they only put in what they thought they actually needed. There wasn't... Not to say that they weren't technologically advanced, the T-64 was incredibly technologically advanced for its time, but there wasn't a lot of extra bullshit in there. Anyway, oop, no, we don't want to do that, we want to do the after action. So we're looking for a BR-412 shot. Oh, that loader had a really bad day. That one blew up in the ammo rack, actually, so I aimed too far backwards to get a chest burster. That was a fucking chest burster, though. Like I said, because it's delay fused, right? It goes through the armor and then it activates a delay fuse. And it just so happens for the commander of this M60 that the delay was just enough for the shell to end up inside him. Surprisingly, I don't think the gunner took any hits from that. Yeah, the gunner was intact. So actually, because he ate the shell... Oh no, sorry, the gunner's left arm got clipped. But because he ate that shell, the gunner's probably going to survive it. He's going to be traumatized 9 ways to Sunday, but he survived it. I think we can safely say the loader's either dead or probably disabled, though. Well, not dead. You can, you'd be surprised how many people have survived being shot in the head by fairly powerful rifles. So, not necessarily dead, just probably not in a good way. There was a British soldier in the Falklands who was shot in the head by a FAL at very close range. And I don't mean like a grazing wound, it went in. And he survived it. He ended up being partially paralyzed. He had to relearn to speak, to do all the things that, you know, a normal adult would be able to do. He had to relearn to do everything. But he ended up being... Obviously, you're not going to fully recover from that. But he ended up being able to lead a reasonably normal life again after many, many years of rehabilitation. So it's, you know... It's possible to survive some pretty traumatic shit, but you're not really going to fully recover from it. Wouldn't the pressure from the shell bursting kill him? Well, no, because it burst inside the commander. But as well as that, the BR-412's burst charge isn't very big. It's not like a full-on HE frag round. And so, because of that, the overpressure's less. It would probably fuck him up, but I doubt it would kill him. Now, the overpressure from, say, something like a 125mm HE frag, if it got inside the tank, would absolutely kill him. Abso-fucking-lutely. But, look, overpressure is really bad. really, really bad for you, but it's also really, really overstated in a lot of ways. I mean, the obvious example is DCS, where people think that, you know, because they don't really understand how DCS's damage modeling works, or doesn't work, as the case may be. You know, you get people saying that splash damage isn't enough, and they get the idea that, you know, a bomb landing within 5 meters of a tank or something is supposed to total the tank. Not really how that works. DCS's main image with brain, please. DCS's main issue with ground damage is fragmentation's not modeled, and the reason fragmentation is not modeled is kind of related to the reason your PC will tend to stutter if somebody dumps a full load of rockets from a Su-25. You can just fucking imagine if it was trying to calculate fragments for all of that. So, remains to be seen if they figure out a way of kind of approximating fragmentation. I don't think we'll ever see something like this in DCS, where there's true calculation of fragments. It would overload the sim. Like, one Su-25 would be enough to crash a good computer. But yeah, that's the issue in DCS, for instance. But you get people thinking like, oh, what about overpressure? What about it? Like, it'll kill people in the open within a certain distance. You know, concussion grenades exist, but overpressure, like, tanks don't give a shit. You need a certain amount of pressure to flip a tank over. A pretty substantial amount of pressure, actually. Like, as in a 16-inch shell or a 1,000-pound bomb landing next to or under it. Somebody missing a tank by 10 meters or 15 meters with a Mark 82, the tank's not going to care. Like, it might damage the tin work, it might maybe sandblast some of the optics. If they're unlucky, it might possibly shatter a track pin, but, like, the tank is overall not going to give a shit. Overpressure is not really a thing externally as far as tanks go, unless it's a lot of overpressure right on top of the tank. I mean, there was a Centurion which was set up 500 yards from a nuclear detonation during the British nuclear tests here in the Outback. And the tank not only survived, but the only reason it wasn't still running is because it had run out of fuel. And after a bit of servicing, it was sent to Vietnam, and it participated in the Vietnam War, and it's now a gate guardian at Robertson Barracks up in Northern Territory. So overpressure is kind of overestimated a lot of the time. It's definitely, like, it's weird. It's overestimated in situations where it doesn't really do much, and then in situations where it is a major concern, people don't really think about it. So it's one of those, I guess. But yeah, like, his body probably would have eaten most of the pressure away from that to begin with. Not giving a shit's pretty much the whole mission statement of tanks as a whole. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Yeah. Jesus Christ, that didn't go well for them. The after-action reports in this are really interesting, but they're also, like, if you actually stop and think about what this would look like in real life, they're fucking horrifying. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm so glad I was never in a tank that somebody shot at. I mean, I was never in a tank anywhere near a combat area either, but what does the color of the fragments mean? So yellow is high energy and red is low energy and orange is in between. So it's kind of like temperature colors, if that makes sense. White is the main projectile, and then the fragments are color coded in terms of hotness, as it were. That was another 412 that detonated just on the other side of the ammo. Ever get in a mood where buttered toast is just the best thing ever? I do appreciate buttered toast. I haven't had any for a while, actually. Okay, we're back to the first couple shots, so we'll go back to the main menu. And we'll pick another mission. Let's see. Let's do Soledad. Didn't the French drop concrete LGVs on tanks in Libya? I mean, if you get a direct hit on the tank, it'll fuck it up. Even a dud bomb will fuck a tank up off a direct hit. It's just a case of actually hitting the damn thing, right? That's why LGBs are a thing, is because that's an effective way to offset the fact that bombs won't do much unless they get a direct hit.
Identified. Relays! Firepower heat! Cover! Sable! Anti-tank! Regain!
Oh!
On the way!
Yeah, that did not go well for me. And he is so difficult to see from here. Oh crap, that's another fucking missile. I'm dead. I'm not dead, he missed. And my gun barrel's damaged. We're gonna have to restart the mission. That went well. So they've added a slight degree of randomization to some missions, and I was expecting that guy to be much further down the hill. Would I in the future be able to bore sight kill tanks with a paladin? In this, maybe. I don't know. I know they're gonna have artillery, but I don't know if they're gonna make it drivable. So, for instance, the way the infantry are probably going to work is you'll be able to issue them orders and watch them, like, run around and do their thing, but you won't be able to directly control a guy, if that makes sense.
Identified. Delta, engage! On the way. Next target, GHPC! Cover, left on! Identified! Fire! On the way!
Boy, I sure hope that ATGM actually died. No, it didn't.
Identified! Fire! On the way! Target, ceasefire!
Oh, thank fuck. Yeah, very, very early development.
Identified!
Oh no.
Identified!
This day is really not going well. You'll notice sometimes when they're, when the commander's line of sight's broken to the, enemy, he'll glitch out a bit with the voice lines. So, it's early days yet, but it usually works pretty well.
On the way!
That's what I was saying before about the short halts not really working properly, just because of the way the stabilizer's modeled. There's not a lot they can do about it without a major code rework, so... It's just something to bear in mind, is you've got to actually halt during a short halt. Give it a moment to catch up. Oh, if I can just not ram my buddy here. Who is possibly knocked out. I think he is knocked out. Hello. Don't think I don't see you down there. My commander doesn't see him, but I sure do. Ooh! Oh crap.
Target one! Identified! Lock on, Sabo! Tank! Identified! Shoot him! Sabo, up! Target! Ceasefire! Up!
The holding and dragging with the mouse is actually probably the best way to simulate the way the actual controls for the tank work. I know it takes some getting used to for people that aren't used to that, but that is actually probably the best way to do it. WASD is too mechanical, if that makes sense. So, like, it's not smooth enough, it's difficult to fine lay the gun, and it's difficult to track a moving target. Whereas, you know, free look mouse aim, say the way War Thunder does it, it's also difficult to track a moving target because you can't get a steady rate of movement of the turret. Whereas with this, yeah, it's exactly like that, Josh. It's basically exactly the same thing. In fact, the tank turret controller in a T-72 and the Heinz periscope controller both have the same nickname, Cheburashka, because of the way they're designed. But yeah, like this gives you the ability to smoothly hold the turret going in a particular direction at a particular speed, so it makes leading moving targets much, much easier, which is probably what you're going to be wanting to do a lot of the time. So it's definitely not for everyone, but I've got used to it pretty quick, and now I prefer it to any other system. And the fact that you have to hold in a mouse button to do it is the important detail. That simulates holding the paddles on the actual control. And then, so what you do, if you want to stop slewing the turret, instead of slewing the other way and you kind of end up with this overcorrection back and forth, you just let go. So I want to stop here, let go. You know, like if I'm here and let's find a target, say I'm slewing around and then the commander calls on, I just, right there. Isn't Cheburashka a cartoon character? Yes, that's where the nickname comes from. The big ears. Use your joystick? No, it's shit. Like, joystick for tank turrets is fucking horrible. The only reason I use it in DCS is because the way that the mouse control in DCS works isn't really fantastic either. If the DCS mouse control for turrets was set up more like this, I would use that instead of the joystick. The joystick's really crap for tank turrets. AI seem kind of useless. They are for now. They will improve with time. Like, at the moment, the AI only have a really basic waypoint system, and that's about it. And obviously they've got certain cones of vision, but their situational awareness isn't very good. But some of the videos that were recorded in the original Josh's Untitled Tank game, which is what this was developed from, there were whole platoons moving by platoon, firing by platoon, and he even had, although it's unrealistic so it won't be implemented in GHPC, he even had a behavior where the AI would target weak spots on enemy tanks, so they would pick away at an enemy tank, and even if they were in a weaker tank themselves, they'd eventually kill it. So that's not how real gunners are trained to aim, so it won't be implemented here, but it was a thing in the original game. Time for misery. I'm gonna die so quickly in this. Because they have thermals, and I do not. The night lighting, I think, needs a little more adjustment. It's a little too easy to see where you're going, I think, at night, but the way that the IR spotlights work for the early generation night vision is really good. This is exactly what it should look like. The tree textures are a little iffy under IR spotlight at the moment, just because they rework the trees to optimize them a little. But this is generally how these early generation night optics look. I have a set of driver's night vision goggles for these tanks. Check one specifically for a T-55, and you cannot see shit. You need a really powerful spotlight, and they're really fuzzy and kind of distorted around the edges, and just generally not good. And they cast all sorts of cool shadows on trees and things. Oh shit, hang on. Those two are dead. Where's the not dead guy? Yeah, we just lost both T-72s really quick. This mission is quite difficult for me. Yeah. I don't know. You'll have to ask ED. The other thing is, the night sight on the T-55 and T-72, because it's basically the same night sight, you can't adjust your point of, like, your ranging at all. There's no ranging function on the night sight. You just have to use this fixed reticle and kind of guess. which makes things interesting, to say the least. That flash you just saw was the shutter closing because it was expecting the gun to go off, but because the tank was not sitting at the correct angle, the gun and the fire gating system was in effect. So there's a system on these tanks where if the sight is not matched up with the gun in elevation, it won't let the gun go off. It's called fire gating. And the purpose is so that when you're doing berm drills, you don't, shoot around into the sky thinking that you're aiming at an enemy tank, because the sight is independently stabilized. And in the day sight, that's what that red light at the top indicates. That shows that the gun's ready to fire. But the night sight doesn't have any kind of fire gating indicator at all. So if you do get fire gated like I just did, you don't know until you see the night vision flash the shutter to protect itself from the muzzle flash, and nothing happens. This tank's tracked, so I can't move now. There's not any repairing in this. Repairs are something that don't happen in the middle of a fight, they happen afterwards. So you're not going to be able to get out and repair your tracks or fucking repair your gun or whatever. If you get hit, you just swap to another tank. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. I think that might be the first time I've ever beaten this mission. Do you like hot food? Yeah, I do. If I grab the other... Okay, this guy can drive, but his gun's damaged. So if I take this guy and we drive him around with his spotlight on, you can actually see the other T-72's spotlight. See that? You can see him panning his turret around, scanning for targets. Anyway, if I slew this onto a tree or something and move, that won't work so much with that. But if I drive up to something and put the spotlight on it, you'll be able to see the way the shadows shift. It's really cool. So you can see the LOD issue with the tree textures there. That will hopefully be fixed fairly soon. That was introduced with, I think, the last patch. It's a bug, obviously. Well, you can see the tank's casting a shadow on the tree because the light source is next to my gun, right? And then he's really blurry because these night optics are focused out to infinity. So when you get close to something, it blurs it completely. That's why in DCS you can't see your instrument panel with your night vision goggles on. And I'm not sure if you guys noticed, by the way, but the tanks have like a burnt overlay which is used when they are destroyed. And the amount of burning that's applied, like the proportion of the tank that's been burnt up, depends on how violent its death was, pretty much. Like how long it burnt for, how hot the fire was. If the hatches were open, usually there's just a bit of scorching around the hatches, but if it blew up like this guy, there's usually scorching everywhere. You won't see it because it's dark. We can actually... no, I won't do it yet because I want to find the other T-72 first. See his IR spotlight? If I turn my own one off, we can rely on his illumination to shoot targets. So I might rerun this mission actually and see if the AI will do it for me. But yeah, like, you won't see it under moonlight, but if I switcheroo the time here... Yeah, which is why you would generally only have one tank with it active. You wouldn't want to have all of them with their IR spotlight on, because it'd make you an obvious target. So you can see his hull's wigging out a bit. The physics are a little janky with destroyed tanks at times. but you can see his tank is just completely char-grilled. And what that is a separate texture overlay, and so they can control the amount of charring on the wreckage based on a number of different parameters, which is quite cool. Smoke column didn't obscure moon at all. There was a really funny bug. I wonder... I don't think it's been fixed yet. Let me see. There was a really funny bug where, when the moon was behind the tree line on this... Not this mission, I think it was the other one, but... Like, when the moon was behind the tree line... or below the... just below the horizon... If you pointed the night vision on the T-55 or the T-72 at it, and turned on the IR lamp, you could actually see the moon. Like, the moon would just appear through the ground. It was fucking funny as shit. But I don't know if it'll do it now. I think it was like a one-off thing I found it. Let's see. I think you've got to have... Yeah, you've got to have trees in the right direction for it to happen. Anyway, let's do... You'll notice the convoy lights all work. By the way, you can turn them on and off. Let's do another mission. Let's do... This is one I usually do because it's quite good to demonstrate the crew voices. Oh, not this one. Sorry, this one. We're doing some flying again finally this weekend. Think we can do something or other together? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Hopefully I can improve my flying after today's shit show. I don't know what was wrong with me today, dude. I haven't been that bad for a long time. Okay, what I'm gonna do actually, I'm gonna zip over to that forest and put myself in it, I think. Oh man, I was in a world of hurt. You were doing a really good job for Blue there. I don't know what, like, I just... Even in situations where I thought I could cope with it, I have not been flying well. So, I think, whether you ganged up on me or not, it would not have gone well for me today. Hopefully, next time I'm a little more on form. Right. Speaking of ganging up... I need to get into this tree line before these T-72s start appearing. Let's see, 2 of them through the trees already. 3 of them through the trees already. Yeah, I noticed. Although I gather you had some issues with a over-enthusiastic A10 at your own FARP. I guess that guy was just keeping with the A10's signature move of destroying friendly troops. Oh. I'll wait for them to crest the hill, I think. I don't want to waste ammo on a shot that I'm not sure is going to hit. Yeah, this is, like... This is probably the most excited I've been about an upcoming game for a long time. It's something I've been wanting for ages and ages. Like, when I was a kid, I used to play M1 Tank Platoon 2, and then, you know, as you would well know, there has been an absolute lack of solid tank games for a long time. I don't know why he wants me to engage that guy, I can barely see him. We'll go with this guy instead. We're gonna have a couple pop up here soon. Yeah, he's behind heavy foliage. Oh, there we go. There we go. I see fire. We'll leave him alone.
Identified. Up. Fire. On the way. I
think he's firing at the M113. Trying to get him through the driver's hatch, but it ain't happening.
On the way. Alpha.
You know what? We'll risk it. There we go. That's what we needed.
Fire. On the
I think
way.
I'm masked by a tree here. I think the gunner's primary sight on the M60 is high right of the gun, but I don't remember offhand. I know for the T-72 it's high left. Of course he turns towards me.
On the way. Alpha. Last stable. Target ceasefire.
I'm gonna restock real quick.
Guard.
Oh shit, no we're not.
Identified. Fire. On the way.
Okay, we're just gonna go with heat for now, because I don't want to be in the middle of a reload while I'm getting pushed.
Identified.
How do you see that?
On the way.
I have to wait for this guy to round the trees.
Next target, next target. Gas.
Oh shit.
Tank. Identified. Shoot him.
I can barely see him.
Next target, next target. Gas. Heat. Tank. Again. Up. On the way. Next target, next target. Gas. Heat. Tank. Identified. To the left. Forward. Identified. Shoot. On the way. Kill him. Lost it. Shoot him again.
Crap! Oh, that didn't go so well. That was where I did need Sabo loaded. I think his turret cheekade it. Yeah, you can see the turret cheeks on the T-72 are quite good. They cover a lot of area. The one place they don't really cover is around the sides of the gun, but if its turret's turned side onto you like that, you might get the feeling like, oh, I can get through. He's showing me the side, but no, you need to see the back, basically, like rearwards of the commander's cupola before you even have a hope of really getting through it. It's a good bait, put it that way. Let's see if we can find the shot that knocked me out. See, that one went through. If you get the angle right, sometimes it'll get through the turret, but not that often. It's not consistent enough to rely on, put it that way. You got very lucky there. That was the one that got me. Yeah, that's not really survivable. Do another mission. Yeah, I like the crew voices add so much to it as well. Like, it was already tense before they added those, but now that the crew voices are in, oh, perfect. I can't wait until they get the voices in for the East Germans and then the Soviets once they turn up. And the West Germans too, because I think the West German protocols for an engagement were different than the East German ones slightly. Like, they had different, what'd you call it, different brevity. I didn't play Spearhead. I think really the only one of the old-timey tank games I did play was M1 Tank Platoon 2, just by virtue of that was what I got. But I have watched gameplay from some of the other older games. Do Diesel Fury. Hello. Another one into him as well. There we go. Yeah. I think the Soviet procedure was kind of similar to the German one, but slightly different. And very different to the American one. Need multi-crew to take to next level? I can't wait for multi-crew. So I've always been, like, when I have played stuff with tanks in, particularly Red Orchestra, which I used to play a lot, I've always been very much a gunner kind of person. That's what I enjoy doing. I can't drive worth shit, and I'm not really good at positioning the tank somewhere useful, so I mostly focus on gunnery, which I'm not doing a great job of today, I have to admit. Because we're hitting low. Need to account for the parallax. Oh no, please. I don't want it. I have IL-2 tanks, but I haven't really played it yet. I've got to set up all my control binds for it. Just to kind of get a sense of where my shells are going. There we go, that's where I wanted them to go. It's funny, you'd think it'd be difficult to hit things at long range, but with these tanks with laser rangefinders and all that fancy stuff, it's not that difficult to make long range hits, but it's really difficult to make close range hits. Because if you look in the T-72, that is the gunner's primary sight there, and then the night sight's that one. So the sight's offset to the left of the gun, and it's above it by quite a considerable amount. So at like a couple hundred meters, that gives you quite a significant amount of parallax, and you can actually see, if you look on the... You're still pointing your gun at me, and I don't like that. Please die. I think that's dealt with him. Yeah, you've got to get a sense of where exactly the gun is actually pointing versus where the sight, you know, is lined up. And you can see here on the T-72's gun sight, it has a little marker on the bottom right there, 0.5, then 1. It forms an arc towards the center of the sight. That's both for the coaxial machine gun and also so that you have some sort of parallax for the main gun. Another one. I think we're okay to push on him now. His turret stopped slewing around, which probably means the gun is out of action. I can't wait till they get rid of the little readouts in the top right corner, so you actually have to make sure a tank's dead before you roll past it. I can imagine in multiplayer, you know, if they do add PvP at some point, that would be really dirty. It's just pretending you're dead, and letting somebody roll past you and then turning around and plugging them as they go by. Oh, hello. Whoa! Oh no, I don't want you! Jesus Christ! I'm glad I noticed that. Go away. Broke my ballistic computer and my laser rangefinder. At least we got him. I have never seen a tow in this mission before. They must have added that recently. I think this is one of the missions that does have slight randomization, but that's the kind of randomization I had not come across before, and it was not pleasant. So now, what I'm gonna do... Well, I can't even try and adjust my range because the ballistic computer is gone, so I'm stuck range to 100. haven't got Combat Mission Cold War, but I'm really tempted. I've watched a couple of friends play it. I'm really, really tempted. Oh, hello. Okay, he stopped traversing his turret. I think we can safely say both of those M1s are out of action. Whew. Well, we barely got through that one. How'd you like to go up against the Hellfire ground-launched ATGM system? No thanks. No, I'll pass. I'm good. I would not like to deal with that at all. My first shot was actually a lot more accurate than I thought. This one has 11-kilometer range. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'd imagine, I don't know how much the missiles for the Hellfire weigh, but the actual, the launcher for it looked like it'd be reasonably lightweight as far as these kinds of things go. So it'd probably be a right bastard because it'd move around so much. You can see what makes the M1 so survivable here, the ammunition behind the blast doors. But if you happen to hit the ammunition when one of those blast doors is open, say the gunner's, or sorry, the loader's loading around into the gun, or the loader's rearranging the ready rack, if you hit it when that door's open, or if the shot goes through the door itself and creates a hole, it will burn out the tank. So hitting it from side on, generally it'll just blow out the blowout doors and the crew will be fine. But if you hit it from in front or behind, it'll usually go through the door and torch the tank. And also, of course, if you do blow the stuff in the actual blowout compartment, and it doesn't kill the crew, the tank then knows where you are, and they're very pissed off, and they still have one up the spout. So just because you've seen orange stuff coming out the Abrams doesn't mean it's dead. For every other tank in the game at the moment, orange means dead, not for the Abrams. So that was the one that got my first tank there. Where'd that go in through? Oh, he got really unlucky. Wow. Really, really unlucky. I was shooting high, see? Because I wasn't sure where the shots were going. That one was better. Being deployed to LRRP units and a new mechanized which was stood up this year. Nice. Incidentally, since you asked about it the other day, I'm not sure if it's just because of the where he placed it, or maybe he didn't have it linked up with the EWR. Well, not EWR. I guess they had AWACS or what. But the NASAMS that was in the new commission did absolutely nothing. I mean, we didn't go close enough for it to fire, really, but I also tried setting one up just to see what it would do, and it wasn't actually as impressive as I thought. Hello, Sally. It seems to have trouble engaging stuff above itself, so it must have a really shitty, elevation gimbal for the radar. And it was still losing track when I got close to ground, so... It's it seems capable, but it's a lot less scary than I thought it would be, and in the mission it ended up being a non-factor anyway, because we had to kill it to get our MiG-21s. What should we do now? T-72 sniper. Do some long range. I'm starting to get the hang of long-range gunnery with the T-72. Like, I've figured out roughly how much to lead the M60s by. So, this doesn't give you any fancy auto-lead functions like the M60 or the Abrams do, but with a little practice and a little bit of guesswork, you can get it pretty good. Main problem is these guys are going to be really hard to see. A little bit high on him. He's smoking. So I usually use like a quarter tick of lead when they're at this 45-degree aspect to me. When they're 90 degrees aspect at this range, I use a full tick. And that seems to work pretty well. Although I'm a little behind on this guy. Because I'm putting the lead mark on his tank, not just ahead of it. There we go. And now my elevation's off. Okay, he's dealt with. A little too much lead on him. Should be one left. There we go. Let's actually try it with heat this time, and I can miss every single shot, because it's much harder to lead that. The thing about the system is Link 16 guided in real life and uses ballistic track for long-range targeting. Yeah, I'm sure it does, but I don't know if they've modeled that in DCS, and even if they had, I doubt he had the data link set up for it, so... The main reason he put it in the mission, as far as I could gather, is that he thought it would intercept incoming anti-radiation missiles, which it obviously didn't. I just wasn't really well suited to the mission in general, I think, which he now realizes, oh, this is going to be fun. Let's just guess. Oh, there's no way. I think I actually tagged him. I hit one of them. Oh my god, I killed him with it. Holy shit, okay. Well then. We're gonna go ahead and... Where was that? That was like, I want to say about... that much lead? Oh, nearly. Nearly, nearly. A little bit too much elevation there. There's one tree. There is one tree and I managed to run into it. Hello, can I get my... There we go. We're out of heat anyway. Well, we made one hit at least. I think he's mobility killed. Maybe. Doesn't look like he's moving. Do it. Oh, hello. The last guy is down here. Behind a hill, of course. Oh, there he is. Hey, there we go. What tank is this? This is the T-72M1. This boy. Alright, I think we'll do one more mission, and then I need a nap, because I did not get much sleep last night. So I'll do one more. Which one do I want to do? Let's do sweep.
Loader ready, stable loaded. Gunner ready, stable index.
Let's get clear of this tree line and set myself up, and we'll do a bit of a cruise control here so I don't have to worry about driving manually. Hello. Can't quite make out what it is. Might be the BRDM. Yeah, that's the BRDM.
Gunner stable PC. Target re-engage. Target lost. Gunner stable PC. Identified. Doubtful. Re-engage. Runaway. Doubtful.
I'm gonna move behind this berm. Oh shit.
Re-engage. Runaway.
Never mind him. There's a tank back there somewhere.
Next target. Gunner stable tank. Next target. Gunner stable PC. Over. Re-engage. Next target. Gunner stable tank.
Oh, this is not going good.
On. Identified. Relay. Fire. Run away. Target. Gunner stable PC. On. Identified. Steady. Fire. Fire. Eight. Downfall. Re-engage. Vertical.
I'm not really concerned about him. I'm concerned about this tank. And there's more coming. I can't even see him. It's on the back slope of that hill.
Tank. Over. Re-engage. Away. Target. Cease fire.
I think the guy up on the hill is out of actual anti-tank ammo and is lobbing HE at me at this point. Okay, that's him. Do we have any other M60s left? He seems okay. Oh, no, he's not okay. His driver's dead. Restart the mission, I guess. So we started with 3 M60s? I don't know what happened to the third guy then. Saw a tank shell fly past. Come from. So the BRDM's there behind that tree. It's up on that hill. Oh, but I can't quite see him to hit him.
Gunner table PC, traverse left.
Yeah, I know.
Identified. Fire heat on the way. Careful.
I want to get up behind this berm. It's not much of a berm though. Now I see you.
Gunner heat tank. Traverse left. Target lost. Identified tank.
Oh crap, the loader's out. Grab one of the other ones. Oh jeez. None of our tanks are going good. We'll restart it again. I think we need to ignore the BRDM for now. If I had a separate human driver, who I could just tell to put me somewhere where I'm a bit more hull down, that would be nice. Because I'm trying to find some decent terrain, and also find targets, and also not crash into him while half asleep, which is not optimal, shall we say. I might just dive over into this little sort of trenchy area.
Identified. Relay. Fire. On the way.
Oh, that's never gonna hit.
Re-engage.
Oh, shit. Oh, none of that went well. Think a frag round could pen a BRDM? Easily. Absolutely easily. The M60 doesn't carry any though. The M60 only carries Sabo and Heat in this. Same as the Abrams.
Gunner, Sabo tank. Reverse left. On.
Now I see you.
Relay. Fire. George, re-engage. On the way. Doubtful.
Oh man.
Re-engage.
We're gonna have to stop, I think. There we go.
Gunner, Sabo PC. Identified. Relay. Firefighter heat. On the way. Target lost. Heat up. Gunner EPC. Identified.
That missed.
Doubtful. Re-engage. On the way. Target. Big fire.
There we go. Now we're hull down, finally. Yeah, that was really, really cool. Oh, come on. I have to wait for him to come out from behind cover. I don't want to really drive over them myself.
Reverse right. On.
Never mind.
Identified.
This guy's come to play instead.
Good.
Shit. So the gun offset is to the left in the M60, I think.
Target, cease fire.
Okay, so the other guys up on that hill shouldn't be able to see me. He can probably see me, but he can't hit me. Let's see if I can hit him. Yes, I can. Okay. What I think we'll do is we'll actually go over the ridge he came down rather than push down the road, which is the obvious way of going. And that would also leave our side exposed to them. So we'll go up this way. So, I don't know if you remember, Josh, but the video of the Abrams target range engagement with the thermal optics that I was using to talk about how thermals are very different in real life compared to, say, the way people think they work in games. The actual gunner from that video found the VOD on YouTube and replied to it in the comments. And I think I actually put what he said in the comments in Discord as well, so people could see it. Just went into more detail about like how the thermals do or don't see through certain things. You know, difficulties with actually acquiring a target because of the contrast difference, particularly at certain times of day because of the ground temperature. Freddie Mercury, yeah. Used to overheat the Traverse gearbox tracking targets. So, a friend of the family that lives near my parents' place has a Centurion Mark V, and I'm told the gun stabilizer still works, but I've never actually seen it with the turret unlocked. And I'm kind of curious to see it in action. But every time he's taken it out for a drive around the paddock, he's had the turret locked, obviously. He didn't want to damage anything or, you know, schwack a tree or something. So I've hand cranked the turret, but I've never actually been able to power traverse it or anything. There's another one somewhere. I think on the next ridge line. I think if I go up here and then to the right, I should actually get in behind them. Yeah, the charging cable for the coax, yeah. Because the main gun rounds are electronically fired. It's an electronic primer. Where's the last couple guys? I think there's probably only one tank left, actually. It's probably up here. Hello?
Gunner, save those tanks!
Ooh, yes. Yes, it is. It is up here.
Over.
What do you mean, over?
Re-engage! On the way! Target, cease fire! Lock on, Sabo!
Okay, so there must be one more somewhere.
Gunner! Ah! Reverse
There
fire!
was one more somewhere. We just lost our gunner. Oh well. I think that'll do me, guys. I need some sleep. So I'll find somewhere to send you all. Thanks for watching, even though it has been a bit of a dumpster fire today. Hopefully next stream will go a little smoother. Let's see who's on. I might send you guys to... Let's see. I might send you guys to Robbo, I think, today. Doing some World War II stuff. Just give me a moment here to get the raid set up. Imagine being prepared. There we go. Oh, you know what the next cargo heli in DCS should be? A Navy one that can land on water? What, Sea King or something? That'd be interesting, actually. That would be interesting. Anyway, guys, thanks again for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful, whatever time of day it is for you. Stay safe, and I will catch you on the next stream.